Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Sunday morning wake up sprints. How's everybody doing? How's the morning going for you? I'm still waking up. As y'all can tell, I'm a bit late. I'm putting on my workout shoes, gonna, do a little workout here. I have such a headache. It's not a pleasant feeling to start the day with a headache, but that's where I'm at today. So I'm going to take it easy and hydrate. Good morning, Mary. How are you doing today? I don't see any comments from Olivia, but you're saying good morning to her. So I'm assuming that she's there. So, hi, Olivia. How are you doing? Well, Restream tends to always cut somebody out. So, Olivia, today may be your day, unfortunately. Good morning, Joshua. How are you doing? Welcome to the sprints. I hope you're having a good, let's see, it says, well, afternoon for you. Okay, where are you located at? It is 8:30, well, 8:35, so I'm a bit late here, but it's 8:35 for me here this morning, Sunday morning at that. So just getting the party started. Got my hydration. Make sure y'all do that. That's always a good thing first thing in the morning. Water in, water back out. All good, all good. Hello, Cherie. How are you doing? Tackling roses are blue for Team Mustard. Okay, I'm all for that. And then going to start Harlem Rhapsody. I have not heard of Tackling Roses or Blue, but it sounds fun. Sounds like a cute romance. And Harlem Rhapsody does indeed sound familiar, but I couldn't tell you for the life of me what it is about. How are you enjoying the Tackling Roses? Let me know. Let me know. Joshua's in the UK and it's 1:36. Ooh, okay. So your day is already in full swing. Okay. I'm not mad at it. Not mad at it. Is it going good? Is it a good day? Good day. What are you up to? What are you reading, Joshua? Hello, there we go, Olivia. I don't know why I wasn't coming up before. Okay. Olivia says, hi, Joshua, and it's afternoon for you too. Yeah, Olivia's in Italy, right? Italy. Well, y'all days are in full swing. Hopefully, it's been going good. The last day of the weekend. I actually had it off, so it's kind of nice, but it sucks when they they go, right? It's been very relaxing. Have things to do, but knock it out, knock it out. Judith is reading The Beanstalk Murder. Okay. Is there a character named Jack in this book? Like there has to be. I would be disappointed if there was not a character named Jack in this book. It's like, hold up, I got duped. Oh, let me know on that one. But hopefully you're enjoying it. Mary says hello to Joshua and Cherie. Cherie saying hello to Olivia and Cherie. Oh, there we go. Everybody saying hi to each other, saying hi to Mary. Joshua says Olivia, what Courtney? Oh, where I'm at. I am in the United States, so I'm on the Eastern Coast. So we are early in the morning, but not as early as on the Western Coast when they're 3 hours behind. So, yes, timing is timing. But we're going to get up early. I like to work out in the morning, so get the blood flow moving. I do believe I'm going to make this a short workout because my head is just pounding. Um, and I need to take the dog for a walk. So first sprint, I think I'm going to do a little workout, and then take the dog for a walk if I can fit it all in. Hey, Paul, how are you doing, Mr. Man? What is going on? Let us know what's going on with your day. Reading Blood Mage by Stephen Arion. Okay, how are you enjoying Blood Mage? Joshua's hopefully going to finish Blackwater Lightship today. I've never heard of that. How is that? Let me know. Let me know. What genre is that? Paul, I'm assuming yours is like fantastical, right? Livia is reading some chapters of Warbreaker. Okay. Yep, that's the few chapters a day. Okay. Are you enjoying Warbreaker still? Let me know. Cherie says, called Roses Are Blue. Okay. A book about three sisters battling trauma as a sisterhood after losing their parents. Okay, I can see that. Those family trauma books can get you, y'all. Don't read too many of those without putting something else in the mix, okay? Well, hopefully it is poignant. Sounds like it's probably going to be a bit of a tearjerker too, right? Livia is in Italy. It's 4:38. Yep, even later. But you know what, y'all? That just means your days are in full swing. It's not over yet. Plenty of time to do some stuff. Although you are reading, and that's already a cool idea there too. Joshua says nice. Livia says hi to Paul. Paul's saying hi back. Joshua says it's set in Ireland in the 1990s and follows a family who brought together by a man's illness. That could definitely bring family together. Okay. Paul says enjoyable book so far. It's a fantasy. Yeah, sometimes you can just tell something about the titles there for sure. Lydia says it started a little slow, but it's picking up. Yeah, well, Sanderson has all the little details and all that stuff. So you got to take every little piece by piece, and then put it together. So I'm hoping that you are enjoying that and it continues to be a good read. Cherie says, if anyone has KU, Babel is available. Ooh, okay. So that's what you're reading. Okay. Babel is not going to be coming here, but many people thoroughly enjoyed that big old book. So y'all, if y'all are into it, there you go. Set aside some time for it, okay? If any of y'all are interested, it's a book I'm afraid of. I am too. I'm not afraid. I don't know. Just the premise doesn't interest me, but also it's a big, thick old book. And I'm like, oh, heck no. I've heard so many reviews about people saying it was boring. And then others were like, oh, I loved it. I don't know. I just don't think Babel's for me to put my time into it, but I'm not going to knock anybody that wants to read it. So let me know if y'all read Babel and what you thought of it. And if you haven't read it, if you are interested in reading it and why. But we are currently going to start today, actually, if y'all are interested in the Gilda stories. Let me pull this up. I posted on my community tab. So, but if y'all are interested in the Gilda stories, it should be a goodish time. Come on, you. Phone's not trying to work today. So this is a book, if y'all are participating in the Get a Clue Readathon, this is one of the group picks that myself, or host picks, that myself picked out. But it's a good story regardless. I've been trying to read this book for a minute, so I decided to do it now. So it's by Joel Gomez, and it's about a vampire through time. Black, there's LGBTQ, definitely some trauma. But it should be an interesting time. I guess she's released from slavery and then goes to work at a brothel and somehow becomes a vampire. That's about all I know. I could be totally wrong, but we're going to start that today. So we're going to be reading it together, just reading it and discussing. We'll see how far we get, but we have at least 2 sessions today and then next week to, read this book. So if y'all are interested in reading with us, no spoilers for sure. But let us know, okay? I'm 6 p.m. EST. That may be hard for some of y'all UK and Italy people, but if you're interested, hopefully I get to some reading today and get some of these pages done this morning. But that's the book on the docket for me. So Lydia says Babel is a book that I want to read. I'll check if it's available in KU, Italy. There we go. You got one taker up on it. There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, I'm excited for you that it's a possibility. So hopefully, fingers crossed, Amazon is making it available, equal opportunity for everybody to get and read that big old bad boy. Okay. Okay, let me find this timer. We're going to do 2:45, which is, as always, my Sunday morning routines. I thank you all for anybody that's new that's coming here. Sunday morning wake up sprints are always hosted sometime in the morning for the host every Sunday. I'm your primary host, but we definitely have quite a number of others. So you'll see the thumbnail looks very similar for everybody when they do host, but it may be at different times. Mine is always at 8:30 a.m. EST. So good time to get a variety of hosts. Everybody does something different, and I love that. So let's see here. Just trying to find the timer. Okay, I'm going to start Olivia's comments here, and we're going to go into our first sprint, y'all. Okay, 45 minutes up on the timer. Y'all do whatever you need to do. Wake it up, shake it up, read a few pages, all that good stuff. Happy reading. Hello, hello, hello. How did that sprint go for people? I changed my angle here just a little bit. Got a little bit more comfortable since I actually have the time and space to do it. How did everybody go? Excuse me. I got a little walk in. That was fun. Got some breakfast here. I'm looking at my dog. She's doing weird stuff on the couch. No, having some very good food, y'all. All right, so I got about 3 pages into the Gilda stories. Not far enough in to make any determinations about it, but seems like it's going to be a good time. So like I said, if y'all interested in reading the Gilda stories as a group, you know, maybe having some general discussions, no spoilers since we are just starting it tonight at 6 p.m. EST with myself and Jaleesa with Reading Beyond the Book Cover. Okay, so Olivia was going to look up Babbel on KU. Let me know if you found it. Hey, Kiana, how are you doing, Miss Lady? Got some tea here, y'all. Turmeric, what is it? Turmeric ginger. Is it turmeric ginger or just ginger? Anyway, supposed to be some good tea for yourself. Paul says, first thing I do is make coffee. Okay, so my question was, let me see if I can go find it here. My question at the break was, what is the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? So let me know if y'all have not answered already. What is the first thing that you decide that you are going to do? I would say for me, I think I almost always go to the bathroom first, probably even before I put my glasses on. But I think it just depends on what's going on. Like if I'm going to work, I'll probably pick up my glasses if they're not already in the bathroom. But definitely you have to go and relieve the bladder there. But Paul makes coffee. Okay, there we go. Wake you up, right? Hey, Vanessa, how are you doing, lovely lady? Hello, Celeste. How are you doing? What's going on? First thing I do is air out my room. Air out your room. Okay. Does it have that sleep smell, that sleep aroma to it? Let me know. And how do you do that? Do you like open a window? What's going on? So you air out your room and then coffee. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Hello, Lachette. How are you doing today? Reading Not in My Book by Katara Holt while I eat breakfast. Not in my book. Ooh. Are you enjoying Not in My Book? And what are you eating for breakfast? Let us know. We are curious. Kiana wants to read Babbel. Oh, okay. Hey, you know what? Y'all can do some more group reads to catch up for the people that have not read it yet, you know. Keep me posted on how you like that when you do indeed, because that's not my thing, I will say. But it has a nice cover. There's a few different covers too. Super Rogue 5000. Hello. I'm just joined and we lurking mostly. Hey, that's fine. I do that quite often, okay? But I wanted to say hi and that I'll be watching Going 17 in the sprints. It's a K-pop variety show that I'm obsessed with. Oh, I have never heard, I didn't put this on the screen. I have never heard of Going 17. Okay. Well, I hope that you enjoy it. Lachette here is a K-pop fan. So I wonder, have you heard of that? Let us know. I've never gotten into K-pop, but I know it's definitely been something that a lot of people have been getting into lately. I hear about it. I just haven't ventured into it myself. Joshua says, okay, so reading will happen in the next sprint. Because I got distracted sorting out my book tab. Hey, you know what? You know, that happens. Your intentions were there, okay? Shed said, do I have a dog? I do. Her name is Cammie. She is She is. Hey, boo boo. She is. She's kind of freaking out because she, she spends a lot of time with my husband, and he's been out of town for the last few days. So she is just not loving life. But I did just take her for a walk, and she walked. She's a small little dog. She don't need to go far. But she's doing a little rebellion, like won't eat her food. But it's gonna sit there, boo boo. It's gonna sit there for her until she decides that she is ready. And it may take half the day, but that's okay. It's okay. We'll be back by the time she acclimates, right? Hello, Tabitha Sanders. How are you doing? How are you doing? What's going on today? Happy Sunday. Hillary, I woke up and got some water and made iced matcha latte. Ooh, that sounds good. Okay. I like the latte part and the ice part, but matcha, I don't know. I thought I would like matcha, but I don't. I've tried it a few times and it's not on my docket for liking. So um, I think it's just too strong for me, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Do you have any tips or whatever to making it more palatable, I guess? Lachette says, Super Rogue, I need to catch. There we go. There we go. See, I told you she is into the K-pop, okay? Well, I hope that you enjoy the show and that you catch up, okay? Celeste says, how's your move going? Are you settled in and still getting things figured out? I mean, there's always a work in progress for what it is, for what I plan to unpack at this point. It's a wrap. I am settled for what it is. Now, things could definitely be fine tuned for sure. And we'll work that as we go, but I'm not making it a priority at all. At all. I'm just relaxing and trying to figure out work. That's right there is the big thing. It's just a lot of moving parts with work. So Super Rogue says the first thing I do when I wake up, it depends. I usually feed my guinea pigs first. Ooh, okay, fun times. Even before feeding myself, but I don't usually eat breakfast. Oh, there's a lot of people that don't eat breakfast. I do, it's just different times. Sometimes if I work, breakfast is early in the morning. And if I don't work, then it's a little bit later in the morning. Generally after working out. Which I kind of did a mini workout today and a walk, which I don't think was good enough. So I may have to do something later. But I already ate breakfast here it says 9:38. Generally at home, I wouldn't eat breakfast this early. I'd probably have at least another hour. But definitely got to get breakfast on the docket there for me, even if it's brunch. But I'm liking that you are taking care of the animals, okay? That's your baby, right? Or babies. So it's not surprising that you would feed the guinea pigs before yourself. I normally feed my dog before I feed myself. That's like one of the first things after, you go to the bathroom, I go to the kitchen and I get her settled. I think a lot of moms and stuff will probably think about that and relate to it you get other people that normally are the ones that irritate you if they don't get their way. You get them settled and then you can concentrate on yourself, because it's not a pleasant experience trying to get yourself together while other people are nagging you for things that they want. It's sad, but it's a true thing that when you are responsible for other people or things, so kids, pets, anybody that's a dependent in one way or another, I think it makes your life easier to get them settled before you settle yourself. Otherwise, it's not going to be a pleasant experience trying to get yourself together. Kiana says, I potty then shower. Oh, you're a morning showerer. Okay. Who else is a morning showerer? See, I'm more of I was going to say I'm more of a night shower, but really, after I work out, which happens to be, I would say midday by the time I get ready for a shower, like right around, I don't know, late morning, early afternoon, because I lollygag in workout clothes if I'm working out. So I'll do a few house things too after I work out. Um, and then I shower. But that's it for the day. I'm not gonna like re-shower at night. And I definitely don't normally get up early in the mornings, like to shower. Like let's say I get up in the morning and I'm not gonna work out, I'm not gonna shower that morning. So that's interesting. I know a lot of people, there's this ongoing debate about morning or night showers. I've seen some people argue about it. Oh my gosh, no, it's not that serious. Just make sure your body's clean. I think that's an American standard too of showering every day. So sometimes you don't have to do it every day. Every other day sometimes. I would say at least every third day. If you're not a regular showerer, at least every third day, hit it up, okay, y'all? Some spots you need to hit up every day, whether you're showered full blown or not, okay? But if you're working out, you definitely like working out, any sort of exertion, you know what I'm saying? You need to hit yourself up. It's more on the regular. Most of us are getting sweaty or doing something that requires some sort of bathing activity on a daily basis in one fashion or another. I will leave it at that. Let's see. Oh, hold up. And then Lachette says, oh yeah, I go to the bathroom first thing unless I was up late. In that case, I roll over and pick up a book. I feel you on that one. That's always nice. It's always nice to keep him at the bedside. Always, 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 right? I want to go with Go 7 Bam Bam's answer to this question. He was asked a similar question, and he said the first thing he does in the morning is open his eyes. You know what? That's a plus one. I agree with you on that one. I think that is important. I think we all do that. We all do that. Although sometimes I have dry eyes, and so I'm like squinting until I get the eye drops. But I feel you on that one. That is definitely a good answer. I'm gonna go with yours. I switched. Hillary will be reading The Stone Sky by NKJ. Okay, last book in the series. I'm excited for you. While the Broken Earth trilogy was not exactly what I thought it was, and I don't know what I thought it was. I just went in open-minded. I was just excited to read it with all of the reviews and talk about it. So while I enjoyed it, the level of enjoyment I expected to get out of it was not there. But I respected and I was invested in the characters for the book. So I was happy to finally get all 3 books read because it's finishing a series. But also completing the story. I'm not a series girl, so that's a feat for me. But I'm excited for you to finish up and, get her done. So good times, good times, good times. I feel like that was so long ago. I think was that last year or year before last? I think last year that I read that series. Let's see. Super Rogue says to Lachette, you love Boeing 17. Oh, go see. I see from there. Okay. I've watched it all the way through 3 times, and I've nearly finished 2024 for the 3rd time and restart. Man, okay, you're enjoying it. 4 times a charm. Okay. I think it's a lovely thing when you find something that you enjoy so much. So, hey, keep at it, okay? Now, is that a show, like a teen show too? It said Going 17. So is that more of like a younger adult variety type show? Let me know. Celeste says, yeah, just open a window or both, depending. I love the smell of the fresh air in the morning. Oh yeah, I like that too. I will say my room gets a little smell. It is where the cat sleeps, so the blade must be shared. I think any area that has a pet in it for a prolonged period of time definitely needs to be aired out. I don't necessarily open a window, but with my bedroom, it has carpet. but I have carpet in my bedrooms. And so I will open the door during the day because at night I like the bedroom closed. It does get, you get stuffy pet smell, carpet smell, body smell, breath smell, a little bit of everything. It's always good to air out an area. I will say though that I took my dog for a walk, and when I came in, it did smell like a bad pet smell in my living room. So I'm like, where is that smell coming from? The dog wasn't here. So I'm not really sure. I've been looking around to see if there's some hidden things left over from the pet when I wasn't here the last 2 days, but I haven't seen anything, but I'm keeping my eye out, okay? Keeping an eye out and some good disinfectant. Livia says hi to Kiana. Joshua says my intentions were there. Honestly, I try. Hey, you know what? Hey, we gotta do what we gotta do and try our best. Okay. The intentions are always there. No harm, no foul. We don't get to it sometimes. I loved K-pop since I was 18 and I'm 25, and I'm obsessed with it. I love so many different groups, and I won't lie, my bank account hates me right now. You know what? There are worse things that you could be investing your money in or getting involved in than K-pop, okay? And I hear it's a good time, so no harm, no foul in that one too, okay? But I will say, watch the dollars, because feeding into pop culture can get really expensive. I always warn people about that sometimes. It can get real expensive, so just be particular about that. Click. Is that clicking? There we go. Charisse read 40 pages of Roses Are Blue and made coffee and helping the hubby with hangovers from guys' night. Okay. Was it a good time? I don't mind a hangover as long as the time and the drinks were worth it. It's nothing like having a hangover and you had a crappy time. It's like, really? I have this aftermath because, a hangover, it takes a minute. Like the headache may go away, but you really, I don't know. I feel out of sorts for about 2 days, so but hopefully it was a stellar time and it was all worth the headache and the drama, okay? Livia read 2 chapters of Warbreaker and have another 2 chapters to read today. Okay. It's 100 pages a day, right? Like what was your plan for this read, or is it a few chapters? Let me know what the markers for it is. Lachette is trying to get back into the habit of doing miracle morning routine. Ooh, what's a miracle morning routine? I'm curious. Explain miracle mornings, okay? Because many of us might be able to use a miracle. Let me know. Celeste is not into K-pop, but my friends who are have also recommended some crazy K-drama thrillers. I've also heard those are fun too. Okay, fun too. You know who has some really like amazing dramatic movies? You ever watch those Nigerian movies? What is it? Is it Tubi that they have them or whatnot? Anyway, they have some really good dramas if you want to see some. Actually, those Nigerian domestic drama books, they be hitting. I be like, dang, where'd this come from? So if you want something just really just drama filled and a good time, pick up a Nigerian, I guess it will be literary fiction, but really good time too. My name is Rogue. It's French for red, and the Sonic Adventures 2 character. Oh, and isn't that a Marvel character too as well? Let me know. Well, Rogue, welcome. I like that name. Anybody ever call you Rouge? Probably so. Or maybe I'm saying it wrong. Is it Rogue or is it Rouge? Let me know. Tabitha is going to church. Okay, have fun. Many blessings to you. Okay, have a good time. Celeste watched The 8 Show and Masked Girl recently, and they were great. I've not heard of those. Heard of those. Oh, it is Rouge. Okay, I was saying it wrong. Okay, my bad, my bad. See, correct. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much for correcting me. I don't like to butcher people's names, so if I'm butchering any of your name, let me know because I know I was spelling Lachette's name wrong for a minute. I think I'm pronouncing it right. I just was putting in like a C in there. Let's see. Super Rouge. I became a fan at 25 during second generation. Okay. Yeah, I've only ever heard of K-pop like in the last 2, 3 years, maybe. I haven't ventured, I do a lot more reading. I don't really watch a lot of television, at least not by myself. Although yesterday, y'all. So my husband's out of town. He'll be back shortly. But I actually ventured and watched some television by myself because I finished my book, which was Blackbirds in the Sky. If any of y'all are aware of that, it's an awesome book. I will be filming a video maybe later today talking about it for this upcoming week. But I sat down and watched some television by myself. I watched A Simple Favor. I've already seen it, but it was good. What else did I watch? I watched some Walking Dead stuff. It's a spinoff. I just fast forward and just to kind of look through a series. What was the other thing that I watched? Oh my gosh. I can't remember. I watched two movies and then parts of a show. But it's kind of nice to take a little break from reading and watch some stuff. I think it's more that I had a choice about watching something on my own versus my husband already put it on. I think that was more about that. Rouge is going 17 has an episode called the 8 and 12 Shadows. Okay. Kiana says hi to Olivia. Second generation, like second junior shot. See, I don't want any of these things. Yes, that's a TV show. Second to anyone debut. Happy to see. Oh, I'm not even trying to butcher that name. The solo award recently. Awesome. Okay. Look like the adventure. I know K-pop groups are huge and they're interchangeable. It's all put together based off like science about it and stuff. Okay, so 117 is the K-pop variety show. And it's on YouTube. Trying to put this mouse on my lap here without having to move back and forth all the time. See, this is the big thing about when you don't sprint in one location all the time. Anyway, if you're into K-pop and 17 specifically, then you'll love it. I'm even saying that to everyone. Okay. Maybe one of these days I'll check it out. I watch a lot of true crime though. That's kind of my big thing there. Lachette says if I'm working, I shower in the morning to wake up. That's a good thing. I've heard a lot of people say that. I've heard people say that they shower in the morning to wake up. And I've also heard people say they shower in the afternoon or right before bed to kind of wind down, to relax themselves. For showers, by the way, y'all, if you have not heard of these things called shower steamers, they're amazing. They're basically little essential oil solid tablets. And you just put them like in the corner of your shower and they slowly dissolve. And they call them steam because it's like the water hits it and it releases the aroma like a steam, but there's no hotness or anything to it. But anyway, they're awesome. It provides like a spa-like experience while you take a shower. So if you ever want to treat yourself to, something a little extra, those are amazing. Okay. Rouge said to Lachette that you love SHINee. Taemin is my everything. I'm not too familiar with second gen pop idols group, but I love SHINee and Super Junior. I didn't know there were different generations of it. Okay. Argue about showering morning and night before bed. Yeah. I mean, like, why y'all getting in people's business? Let people shower when they want. I would just be offended if somebody's in my AL stinking up the spot. Okay. But other than that, have at it. The internet assumes everyone else is dirty. Facts. I heard people like in person arguing about it. That's the thing. uh, yeah, but you know, the people believe that things like surround them all the time. So that's the thing. When people drink their own Kool-Aid is when you tend to have issues. Okay. I tend not to take myself so serious, so that I can respect other people's opinions when they differ from my own. Although I have met plenty of people that do not and cannot do that. Celeste says, I'm not really a K-pop person, but I have some friends who would love that. Hey, pass on the knowledge, pass it on, okay? Rouge says, I describe 17, going 17, as a good way for people who don't listen to K-pop to watch because it's a fun, chaotic time. The 13 members of 17, and none of them is serious at all. They mess about in the show and cheat the game because they can. They're so bad. Loud. I want everyone to watch it. I'm going to have to check it out. Going 17. Okay. I thought when you said variety show, I thought it was like a bunch of skits. I didn't think that. I mean, is this like a game show or is it skits? Like SNL type skits, or is it a game show like what's that whammy show or something? Hello, Nikki. How are you doing? Good morning. After the laundry photo, I'll be reading Take My Hand. Ooh, okay. I bet you that's a good read. I have gotten that book from the library twice and have just never pulled the trigger. But what I did do is I skimmed it. So I probably won't read it, but I did skim that big old book. And yeah, it's a poignant one for sure. Okay. Interesting and important topics. Okay. Especially, you know, relevant this month, actually all year long too. But I'm hoping that you enjoy that book. Okay. How far are you into it? Rouge said, I mean, 17 do swear. It's censored out, but they do swear. And I really want people to give the series a try, even if you don't like K-pop. I may check it out. Now, you say when they swear, is it dubbed like in English? Like, what's this swearing? Like, what's the language? It's K-pop, so I'm assuming it's Korean, like the language, I mean. But I'm trying to figure out if it's dubbed in English or if you're reading subtitles. Let me know. I would recommend anyone who wants to start halfway through 2019 is when you started, because it's when the variety show part starts. It's started as a vlog series. Oh, okay. Sounds like it took off. It's very successful there. Okay. Now, is it just on YouTube or is it on like a show, like on a network or something? Let me know. Celeste says, interesting. I'll definitely check it out. There we go. You may have converted some people, Rouge. Lachette said, I see lots of people who know nothing about K-pop getting into Go See. Okay. Yeah, my niece I know is into K-pop and absolutely loves. Sorry, I'm trying to get this angle right. My niece is into K-pop and loves it. So, you know, I know there's plenty of people of diverse backgrounds that get into it very well. Wait, it is a YouTube channel then or a series or some other channel? Yeah, that's what I was just asking. Yes, like how else can you see it? Is it just on YouTube? Rouge says, oh, please do. It is so fun. If you do start, I want to know how you find it. Awesome. Hey, Cherie says, according to him, a time was the guys' night out. Okay, you know what? That's good. Maybe that means that the oh my head hurts was worth the time out. Okay, now does he remember the time out? That's another thing. Like, you ever have those people? We're talking about Cherie's man went out and had a good old time, and now she's nursing headache hangover, right? But you ever have those people that don't remember this good old time? They just know it was good. But just because you don't remember, don't mean that it was good. You know what I'm saying? So let me know. Does he remember this good time that was had? Because I've had nights that we were having a good time and then it did not end well. So to me, I feel like for the most part, I don't know. Sometimes an ending can dictate the entire rest of the night, or sometimes you can separate it was a good night versus a crappy ending. You know what I'm saying? So let me know how this is viewed. I'm just curious. Ruth says on 17's official YouTube channel. Ah, so the group is called 17 and the show is called Going 17. Am I correct? But if you look up Going 17 and whatever you're on, someone very likely has playlists for the years. They have a playlist for. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's been established for a minute, so probably very easy to find and piece together very methodically and with common sense to find what you need. All right. Celeste says this morning I finished Misery. Ooh, I forgot you were reading that. Okay. I finished the audiobook and read the book at the same time. It was great. Awesome. I never read the book, but I love the movie. Kathy Bates was amazing. And we all know the infamous bed scene with the block. Okay. Need I say more? Did the book stick to, or I guess I would say, did the movie stick to the book as precisely? And which would you say you prefer more, the movie or the book? Let me know. Rouge Going 17 is 19, 20, and 24. 20 to 24. Okay. So you got a time period. Okay. 2 chapters a day. Oh, we're talking about for Warbreaker. Okay. You're reading 2 chapters a day, but I skipped yesterday, so I had 4 chapters to read today. Okay. So how long is it going to take you to read Warbreaker at 2 chapters a day? Let me know. Lachette says Netflix has some great Naja. I don't know if I said that right. Films and show. Okay. Netflix always has some really good stuff. I'm still trying to think of what it was I saw on Netflix yesterday that I'm just like trying to figure out why I don't remember. I know I went back and reflipped through some shows I had already seen, like Too Hot to Handle. There's one scene that I love to keep looking at. But I saw 2 movies. I can't remember what the first one was. I'm just trying to figure it out in my head. Lissette says Nigerian book shows sound very interesting. Oh, is that what you're saying here? Lachette, Nigerian for Naja Films? Yes, I completely agree. Just awesome. Acting's not too bad on some of them too. I'm not gonna lie, but just the premises are just like, whew, this is wild. You know what I'm saying? It's nice to get another perspective on things, so enjoy that. Why is this not clicking? I am. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I try, sometimes I have a lapse, but I try. Ruth said, I don't watch English shows anymore. Since getting into K-pop a few years ago, I've only watched K-pop variety shows and dramas. I don't know if I have a problem or not. Hey, you know what? You are finding what you like, so I find nothing wrong with that whatsoever, okay? Do you, okay? Hey, Maggie, how are you doing this morning? Thank you very much. You can sneak in at any time, okay? Hopefully your morning is going really good, okay? Drink an extra cup of coffee for me. Rouge is Going 17 has an episode where they play the Mafia game. How do I describe this game in a short form? I have no idea what the Mafia game is, but I'm curious and interested at this point. Let us know. I love true crime documentaries. Recently, I've been into cult docs on Netflix, crazy stuff in youth wilderness camps. Yes, there's some interesting things that you find that people do. I'm telling you, it's so funny because how people are always like, oh my gosh, I can't believe something like this happened. Like, okay, I'm going to say speaking for America, but I have watched some of these true crime documentaries for other countries too, okay? But let's just say America, because that's where I'm at. But it's funny because people are like, I can't believe that happened in America. This is so horrible. Or this was a great neighborhood. Nothing, nobody does things like that here. And okay, for one, I know they take a lot of history out of schools and stuff, but we live in a, you know, history, okay? History shows you that people can commit some atrocities and then go down and sleep very soundly the next day and go and sit and eat dinner and not bat an eyelash. Okay. So when I think of that, especially during this month, to me, I'm very much believing that people can do very bad things and sleep very sound, right? But true crime, all these documentaries, newer age ones, y'all, it's like, it makes you question, do you really know people? Okay. I'm just saying, like, people can do some really crazy things, okay, be into stuff. So when people are like, I can't believe somebody did this, I can. I truly can. I'm not shocked by too many things these days, okay? I really am not. I'm just like, you know, but really not shocked that humans have the capacity to do some pretty horrific things, okay? And as far as these youth wilderness camps, I can't remember the name of the documentary I saw, but it was basically some rich, I think they went through some sort of church. You know, a lot of these really interesting groups that inflict violence on people have a lot to do with the church sometimes, but it was one where they were taking kids, saying they were at-risk youth or whatever, and they would iron them out, and then they would take them on, what was it? They would take them on like treks through the wilderness, and the parents would pay like $30,000 or something like that a year for their kids to go to these little youth camps, and they'd have them traveling around, sleeping in tents outside and eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and being abused. It was just such a very interesting thing. And the parents are like, I didn't know. Oh my gosh, y'all. There is another documentary, Celeste, called Twin Flames. That's another really good one that you should check out too. But yeah, very interesting. Oh, well, for the most part, we watch a lot of like Dateline, First 48, you know, with the, why is this not clicking? Sorry, I'm trying to get your comment on screen. Dateline, you know, that profiles a lot of, you know, higher profile shows. There's the First 48, which, you know, has like man on the street cops, you know, where they profile what happens in the first 48 and beyond after a crime is committed to solve it. We do watch like, I used to love Murder in the Backyard. Basically, they would find somebody would somehow unearth a body in like their backyard or somewhere, like, you know, in a residential area in the back that shouldn't be there, of course. And so then they try to figure out what the murder was. One that we have been watching lately, I think it's called Accident, Murder, or Suicide. So it's up to you to determine what actually happens, because it's kind of questionable whether it was an accident, a murder, or a suicide. That was very interesting. I love that. But pretty much any show that has some sort of crime that's been committed that's a documentary, we'll add it to the list if it sounds interesting. Yeah. And then there's a little mini series. Like there'll be like a 3-part mini series. What was the guy? There was one about the guy who faked his own death. And I think he was staying in Italy, and he was trying to act like I say, I'm not this person. I'm not this person. And the woman's like, I guess he swindled all of these women out of money. And he's like, I'm not this person. And yeah, in the end he was. It was, I wish I knew names. I don't know the names of these things right off. We just kind of bypass them. But yeah, I watch a lot of Netflix stuff, Netflix documentaries. That's my big thing. Hello, Jen. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Ruth says the Mafia game, at least how 17 played, it's a game where they have 3 Mafia people who have to kill the civilians, but no one knows who the Mafia members are. It's a civilian's job to find out before they kill them. There's also a doctor role who can save a civilian during the night. That's interesting. That sounds like a mixture of The Mole and Clue. That should be a good time. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're finding something that you enjoy. Okay. Lachette says, I don't know why they say generations for K-pop. It's just it's grouping based off when they debuted. So second gen idols are in the upper 30s and early 40s now. Oh, okay. So I did not know that. Okay. That's interesting. Are they still performing? Variety show means a variety of content, anything, skits, games, and trips. Oh, okay. So they're just piecemeal video. Okay, I get you. It's a game show where they have some skits and talk shows, and it's mostly a game show. They play so many different games and stuff. It's so much fun. Okay, is that like the violent games where they like are running around a course and then some fake big padded hand punches them in the face, they fall into the water? One of those type shows. Oh man, those things are nuts too. Thank you. It's a better way to say it. It sounds like a fun time. Sounds like a fun time. Miracle Morning is a book by Hal Elrod and System. The idea is to create the day or life you want by starting off well. Oh yeah, that's definitely a good one. Okay, yeah. I believe that a lot of us have more control for our daily life than we allow ourselves to think that we have. And so I think something like that would be very poignant. Rue said it's in Korean, but there are English subtitles. It's only on YouTube. Two of the members of 17 were born in America, so they know English, but it's mostly Korean they speak. All right, that makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Sorry for the rant about, no, we're learning. When I do my sprints, we talk about a little bit of everything. Okay. We read books and then we talk about other things that's mostly probably not books, but that's okay too. But we're learning and chatting. Okay. So I'm having a good time helping you explain to me something new. You never know who in the audience may want to know about these things as well too. So I don't know. I feel like as long as somebody's asking you a question about something, there's some interest. Okay. When I'm talking about something I love, I will not shut up about it. I'll try and chill about it. I'm glad that you're finding something that you also enjoy. Okay. And that's a good time. And it's a positive thing. It don't hurt nobody. 6 practices of savers, silence, affirmations, visualization, exercise, reading, and scribing. Writing, but the S makes a better acronym. Savers. Okay. Silence, affirmations, visualization, exercise, reading, and scribing. I like that. I could definitely start with the first one. Okay. I'm going to look that one up. Miracle Mom. Okay. Rouge says, yes, the group is called 17 and there's a show called Going 17. It's so good. You do these things as short as you need to, and they are customizable. So for silence, some people meditate, pray quietly. I think silence is golden. It allows you to sit and think with yourself. A lot of people don't do that. I know I tend not to. The brain just keeps rolling around. So it's kind of nice to relax. Okay. Savor sounds like a good time. I think most people could. That sounds like something that'd be good to have like a poster on your wall. So when you wake up first thing in the morning that you see it. I think I may take a note or something like that. I put things on my mirror that I really want to remember. Celeste says there's quite a bit of the book that didn't make it into the movie. We're talking about Misery. I'd say almost half of the book. Really? Wow. Amy's character is explored more in the book, so I did prefer that. Ooh, I'm curious what else did not make it inside of the movie. Yeah, Misery was pretty good. Really good. It's always interesting when you see a really good movie and then they're like, well, the book was so much better. There was so much more. I'm like, what else was out there? But I do like that you do have more characterization of these characters in books. I mean, you can write more. You know, it's only so much of a way that you can bring something that's written on paper to a screen, a limited time. So it's nice when you can still do some sort of justice for it, even if you didn't prove all the details. It sucks to read a book you love and have a horrible, horrible movie. At least do it well. Warbreaker has 57 chapters. Wow. Okay. And an epilogue. And you're reading all in February. Ooh. Okay. So you said 2 chapters a day. 2 times 28. Okay. Okay. As long as you stick to your schedule, definitely doable. So keep at it. Cutting it close, but you got it. You got it. I'm gonna keep track of you. Rouge enjoys Stephen King's book. And have you read any more? It goes deeper into insanity. I'm surprised how many times it had me on my toes. Audiobook narrator was incredible. Definitely nice to probably have a really good audiobook narrator in that case, for sure. Especially if you have someone that can kind of mimic those low manic states. Golden. Jen listened to true crime podcasts a lot. It's a fascinating topic to me. That's how I actually started getting into some true crime. I don't really listen to podcasts as much, but Kendall Ray was a really favorite of mine. And then, what's the other lady? The Southern lady. She used to always be like, that baby. Oh, what was her name? My brain shot, y'all. Kendall Ray. There was the girl that did makeup, and then there was the other girl that I guess she did a series about how she went to jail and stuff. I can't remember. I have to look it up. Christina Randall. That's what it was. Christina Randall. Speak. Christina says to Rouge, me too. I've read Salem's Lot, The Green Mile, and The Tall Grass. I've never heard of The Tall Grass. I'm glad y'all are finding an author y'all like so much. We're out till 2 a.m. Yeah, as I get older, I just don't have patience to be out so late. It's like, really? I need to be inside, y'all. I'm glad the hubby enjoyed himself and remembered it. Okay. Time flies when you're having fun sometimes, I get that way in a book. I'm like, oh my God, why is it so late? Jen says, I am taking criminology for fun right now, and I love it. Ooh, get to solve some stuff, okay? You never know when those skills may come in handy, right? I can't watch or read true crime. I'm too scared in case it happens in real life. I mean, it has. That is the reason why you're watching. It's better to know about it. I'm telling you, there are some depraved individuals that do some really crazy things. What I think is always fun is when people go to such lengths, such incredible lengths to cover up something, and they get caught almost immediately. It's like, wow. I would feel like a dummy. I'd be like, dang, I went through all this trouble breaking my back, and you immediately went straight to me. I might as well just sat there covered in blood. Craziness. Some people don't have that common sense sometimes too. Criminology and loved it. Awesome. For Hey Livia. What does that mean? Oh, just say, okay, I think it's the emoji thing. Okay. I have The Green Mile for my TBR this month. What's it like? As for me, I've read and love The Strand, The Shining, Pet Cemetery, Christine, but I didn't like this one. Man, I've gotten a lot on that list. Okay. And Stephen King is definitely very popular. Definitely very popular. Ooh. We have a guest, y'all. We have a hello. Oh, I like your mug. Hello. How are you doing, Miss Lachette?
Good morning.
Yes.
You'll see my comment later, but I was like, I had planned to join you after I ate breakfast, but I was sitting here like in my robe, my clothes just folded at the end of the bed, commenting away, and finally it clicked. I'm like, just join.
I do that too. I'll sit there and think, and then I'll get busy. I'm like, well, too late. How are you doing this morning?
I'm okay. I'm actually supposed to be traveling today, but I'm taking my time.
Where are you going to be going today?
Jersey, but I what is it? I'm taking public transportation, and it snowed, so I'm going to Bloomingdale. My friend is having a chick flick Super Bowl party.
Ooh, okay.
I think we're just getting drunk and gossiping, but I'm giving the snow clearing some time before I head down to the Port Authority.
Oh, okay. How much snow did you get out there?
I think we got like a foot or close to it. The most snow we've
Ooh.
had in years.
Yeah, I can see why you're not in any hurry to go and get into that. At least you don't have to shovel anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm done with that one right there. Oof, ooh. Anybody else in the chat got any snow? I know there's been snow like twice in the last week, hasn't it? So that's
Yeah.
very interesting in the Jersey area. My husband's out there visiting some family now, and it's like he was like, "Man, I moved so we didn't have the snow. Look at all of this now." Like, oh. Well, happy Super Bowl. I keep forgetting about that. Like, it's a fleeting comment because I definitely don't plan to watch, but he is very much like huge
Me
into
either.
that. And the
I'm gonna
Eagles are
watch the
playing.
halftime.
Say
I'm
again?
gonna watch. I'm gonna watch the halftime show.
Oh, yeah. Who's playing halftime, too?
Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really listened. I don't know. I don't listen to a whole lot of music either. So I've heard some of his lyrics, but I'm not really.
I haven't listened to a lot of him either. I think around the time that he came out, I had like taken a major break from US music as a whole. I was kind of annoyed by everything being like
Mhm.
clubby or
Mhm.
dance genre influenced. And I was like, I can't deal with this. And that's around the same time I got into K-pop. So I've been listening to American music now, and so I know more of his more recent hits, but it's like awkward. Like growing up, I would just know whatever rap song and the rapper and all of that stuff, but now I'm like, oh, I need to do research and look for these things because I'm out of the loop.
Yeah, I've always been out of the loop. I don't know. Maybe I'll check in on it, but I mean, it is Super Bowl halftime, so I generally catch a highlight of that or on YouTube or something just to see if it's something worth watching. But I'm not really into it this year. I mean, my husband's not here either. He's watching it with his family, which they're big into sports. So I'm like, you are where you need to be because I would just be annoyed. So I'm just like, but also, the Eagles are playing and we root for them. So I'm just nervous about that whole situation of the Chiefs versus I just want the Eagles to win. I don't want to be part of it. Because either way, whether they win or lose, my husband's going to be nuts and erratic and bouncing off the walls. And I don't want any part of that. Okay. So I'm going to let his family handle that. His mama's giving him some food, so he'll be full. Already spoke to him this morning, and the anxiety is already pumping for him about the game. And I'm just like, I don't want no part of that.
I always wondered what it would be like to be part of like a sports family. Like my dad and brothers, they'll watch football and basketball and all of that stuff, but they're not super diehard fans. And I won't say I don't like sports. I don't like watching most of the most popular sports on television. I don't find that very. I mean, I don't watch a lot of television in the first place, but
Yeah.
definitely not those. If I like got really watch sports, it was like ice skating, sometimes tennis, but that gets boring pretty quickly too. Uh, Gymnastics I like to watch a lot. Those were the two sports where I would be like sat down, and then they took them off regular TV, and I don't have cable, and I'm not doing all of that. I follow them on like social media now. So I'm like, I'm not paying for ESPN and then the additional money to get the special ESPN channels, because of course those sports are not the ones shown on regular ESPN. That's no thank
Too
you.
much energy towards it.
No thanks.
No, I watch. I the only sports that I will go out of my way to watch on my own is the Olympics, and only certain sports like within the Olympics. And it's short lived, so it's not like I gotta commit to every week. You know,
you don't need to
it's
commit to
hey, this the Olympics. Everybody else is talking about it too, and then that's
the
it.
Olympics, it's different because it's like the whole world. You get all of this other stuff like cultural stuff. And you get sports you don't normally see here too. So sometimes I'll find myself watching like something random and I'm like, I don't know why these people do this, but it's fascinating.
Yeah, you get to learn it. That's how I learned what luge was. I was like, oh, this is cool.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I do like the little stories they do about the players for the Olympics to give you a whole backstory. I'm like, great. So I don't have to have like followed them for the last 4 years to know their life story. NBC is giving it to me.
Exactly. And then you watch the opening and closing ceremony. You get some history about the countries. I mean, you get to see like normally the Olympics is like a representation, even visual, of what the country looks like. So just seeing that, I think, is beautiful too. So, all the pageantry of that, that's where I'm at. So it's like a whole big event that encompasses a bunch of different things, cultural heritage, some of it political, athleticism. You get a little pop in there. It's a one-stop shop with the Olympics, And you get bragging rights. It's nice to be part of a country that has big delegations and tends to win a lot of medals. So that I already know we're going to win something too.
But I also it's really cool to see a lot of our players go back to their home countries or the countries of their parents' home and play for them. I'm like, that's cool because we are the nation of immigrants.
Yep. That is true. That is true. Yeah, but good times. So we'll see how the Super Bowl plays out later today. So I'm just gonna keep an eye on it, but I don't plan on actually watching the game. I just hope it goes in the favor because I feel like it's a toss up and it's not gonna be easy.
I've seen a lot of seemingly diehard football fans being like, it's all rigged. The Chiefs are going to win again because that's, what the NFL wants as a company. And I'm like,
we'll see.
I feel bad for you, but I don't know what to say. Yeah. I don't know if that's true. I don't care enough to find out or make my own decision. I'm like, that's a little sad if that is the case.
Yeah.
I can see it being the case, but I don't know.
It's not worth going down the rabbit hole and waste your time to find out. So we'll just see at the end. Because in the end, it's a win or lose. At a set time today, we'll find out. So I'm just not going to get that invested because it's a game. I don't believe in getting bent out of shape over a game. But, it should be fun for those that are involved. I plan to read at 6 p.m. I've said this before. We're reading the Gilda story. So if anybody's around 6 p.m., we should be
going live.
Yep. It'll be reading me on the book covers, Miss Jaleesa. So we'll be starting it. Or I actually already kind of started. I'm only a few pages in, but we're planning to all read it together. But if y'all aren't reading, y'all can still come by too. But that's the plan there. So okay, let's get to some more comments, and then plan is to get to one more sprint before we get out of here this morning. Okay, so we're talking about true crime and also Stephen King. So Celeste was saying, talking about true crime here. The program, yep, that's the one. Yep, with the Ivy Ridge. That was a really good one. And then
these are both on Netflix.
I think that's on Netflix. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
basically it was like a institution. They were brainwashing people. People paid all this money to send their kids to, rich people send their kids to this little ritzy remote school that's
Mm-hmm.
supposed to kind of reform them and teach them just to be better people, but they really abused them. But really good, there's some good documentaries out there with
Yeah.
horrific, like bloody, crazy crime, and also some very highbrow white collar crime that you're like, how in the world? Brainwashing and stuff too.
I can
Health.
only watch a couple like true crime every once in a while. If I
Mhm.
watch regularly, I start to lose hope in the world. Like I can't live my life.
I have this skepticism and keep my eyes open, okay? But
Mhm.
yeah, the world is it's a place. We gotta live in it. So I try not to be so
Exactly.
cuckoo about it. We gotta live in it. So I try not to be a complete Debbie Downer, but I'm not gonna be dumb and act like the world's rose colored. Like my in-laws are that way.
Yeah,
Everything is
exactly.
rose colored glasses. And I'm like, do we live in the same world? I'm very much a realist.
Yeah. Same here. I just need to keep a positive mindset to want to stay in this world.
There we go. There we go. I agree. So Rose was talking about, okay, so these are some different
Oh
Stephen
yeah,
Kings out
Stephen King.
there.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were a Cujo. Interesting. Have you read Stephen King?
Not. I have. I don't remember. It's been like decades. I'm not a big fan. Um, I don't like strongly dislike him, but I was just like,
Yeah. He writes some long books. He's popular. There's a lot of books out
yeah.
there he's already written. I feel like he's gotten all his publicity. If I'm going to venture into Stephen King and reality for me, I'm going to do the shortened version and watch a movie. I probably wouldn't read him because it's like, really? Okay. There's so many other authors out there with some content that I'd really check out.
Yeah. My mom used to be a huge Stephen King fan, so she had a lot of books. I read
Mm.
some of them. I think I read Carrie. Uh, I'm trying to remember. This was like I was too young, also. Probably when I was reading Stephen King. The thing is, like, I'm not really a horror fan.
Mhm.
Did I read it? I don't think I. Maybe I did read it. I don't remember. But I have seen a lot more movies than I have read the books. But yeah, like there's too many books out there to read for like meh.
He does have a huge backlist, definitely.
Yeah.
You got to be vested. And they're long. There's some chunkers too. He has a lot of words to say, and he's gonna put them on screen.
I feel like the older he gets, the longer his books get. Or maybe that's just the thing. Now I'm thinking about it. Like, that happens with authors who are popular and stay popular for a long time. I feel like maybe the editors are like, everybody will love every word you put in here, so we don't have to cut out as much. And I mean, every time I turn around and he has a new book, it's longer and longer. I've seen the huge door stopper that is 11. What is it? 1122 something or other. The,
64.
yeah, and I'm just like, that's ridiculous, Stephen. Ridiculous.
Not gonna be me. Hey, you know what? Luckily, there's such a variety of books. So if it's not for you, there's definitely somebody else for it. So I mean, like
I'm
y'all have at it, just like Babel.
yeah, I'm interested in that, but I don't know if it's for me.
It
I'll
don't
give it a
sound like
try.
it's for me. I've looked at a lot of people's videos about it because I'm like,
Mhm.
what is the hype about this book? And I'm like, it doesn't even sound interesting. But like I said, it's for whoever that wants to
Mhm.
read it because maybe some of the content
Yeah.
I read is not something for everybody too. So, but
But
yeah, I don't have any interest.
you don't like historical things, or is that somebody else? Maybe that's Jaleesa I'm thinking about.
I don't mind like historical stuff. It just doesn't, I don't know, this whole idea of language. And I heard that was some romance, but that's not everybody says that there is a romance. Some people say there is, and others say they don't. I don't know. It just doesn't, I don't know. It just doesn't sound
It's not a romance book. So
interesting.
if there is one, it's not the main point of the book.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody just said it just talks about like the cultivation of language and how it comes about and stuff. I don't know. I'm,
I mean,
I
that
just
makes
think there's, hmm?
I said that makes sense. It's called Babel, which brings to mind the Tower of Babel. That's a biblical story, right? I think
I don't,
where human beings were trying to get closer to God, and then it became like a competition where they were literally trying to become closer to heaven and God by building this large tower, and kind of sacrificing everything else. And God came and was like, "This is not the point. Now you guys are being ridiculous." So he knocked down the tower and then made it so all human beings spoke different languages, so they couldn't get together and try to compete with each other and outdo each other to get closer to God again. So yeah, that's where the language part comes in. But I don't know how this becomes a fantasy exactly. So
I have no idea.
I'm not
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
a big Bible person, but that's one of the few that I remember.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I've just seen a few videos about it, and I was just like, it just didn't sound like it was something to hold my interest compared to other stuff. So we
I
shall
won't judge.
see.
My big book right now is Wind and Truth by Brandon Sanderson. And I knew it was going to be big because the other books in the series are, but it's
Mhm.
like this thick. I'm not even joking.
Like a
This is
thousand pages, even more.
yeah, yeah. And again, it's not a surprise exactly because the other books in that series are like 700 plus, all of them.
See, you're talking about a series. You can't.
Oh no, like I'm talking about the latest book in the series. So the series, all of the books are 700 plus pages,
No.
but it's been a while and I wasn't expecting that big chonker. So pray for me.
Yeah, definitely not gonna be me. Not gonna. I have low attention span for that. Hey, enjoy though. Enjoy. Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
I hope so.
Celeste. Celeste says, "I saw Twin Flames. Yeah, that was a really good documentary. That one was. It's like a cult. They were all drinking the Kool Aid, but not
Twin
all true crime
Flame.
is like bloody, like killing crime
Yeah.
either. And this was one of those where it wasn't like that. Just
Most of the
manipulation.
ones I've seen are not bloody. They're like cults or some other manipulative type of
Yeah.
situation. Um, the last one I watched like 2 or 3 different documentaries because everybody was making about because it took place upstate New York, so I was interested. And one of the people in the cult was a actress who used to be popular on the WB network, um, and that was a whole cult situation thing. So I guess it was popular because of this actress, and then there was a few other even less famous celebrities in it. But
What was that documentary called?
I don't remember. Like I said, I watched a couple that were about the cult, and I think
Yeah, I'm always bad with remembering the name, and I can remember some details. Like Dancing with the Devil or Eyes for the Devil. I saw that one.
ooh,
That one I saw a few weeks ago. That one was really good too, with the sisters and the one still drinking the Kool Aid. But yeah, very interesting.
okay. Um, I
The Green
can
Mile.
look it up.
Oh,
I
I didn't know
haven't
you wrote the
seen
Green Mile.
Dancing for the Devil, but I was watching on Twitter as people were talking about that over like a year or so as it built up. Um, there was somebody who was like, "Have y'all noticed these TikTok dancers are like getting married, and it's always like some white girl with a black guy, and then they just like disappear from their families, and they all wind up dancing with the same backgrounds. It seems like in the same house, and it was just like." So I started paying attention. I like dance, so I do see a lot of dancing TikToks or other videos and stuff like that. So maybe I'll check out. It's been like 6 months since I watched a true crime documentary, so maybe that'll be the new one I watch.
Is that 11/22/63 you were talking about? I
Oh
was
yeah.
just reading it. Yeah, but yes, I don't see. I never pay attention to. I mean, I deleted TikTok now, so I don't even care anymore. But I never really watched all of that stuff. I just know a lot of people dance on it, but I'm like the random, occasional YouTube or no YouTuber, TikToker. But I've never really paid that much attention. But I know a lot of people are on there dancing. I know there's like tons of collaborations that people do and stuff
Yeah.
like that. But I didn't realize just how kind of big that was. But it's a formula to success on there. One of
Yeah.
my big thing that I was heard about years ago is like with the dancing, and that turned me off about it, that I don't watch, is that these algorithms go with what's popular. And overall, there's a certain aesthetic that's more popular than other. Okay. And certain people like us don't really fit that aesthetic that people are overwhelmingly going to look for, right? But you have a
Yeah.
lot of really great dancers that are originating some of these dances that aren't getting credit for it. And I've seen that myself when people go on dance circuits and then they talk about, oh, well, somebody else accredited it. It was some girl, I forgot. She went on, was it a news program or something, talking about how like a lot of Black dancers weren't getting
Oh
credits for these dances that they brought up. But then you have
yeah.
another TikToker that would do the same dance, and next thing you know, they're like, oh, she originated it, and then they get all the fame and go on all these little talk show circuits and stuff. And that just kind of turned me off. And I remember there was a boycott for about a month, and only lasted a month, where you had a lot of Black dancers that weren't posting content about the for dances, because they were like, we don't want people stealing our ideas and making fame off of it. And for a certain extent, I think it was successful, but then it went right back to their making dances, and then the same old thing was happening again. So that just turned me off about the dancing thing. So I don't
Yeah.
really go on and look at any of the dancers. And I know the things that get into my feed when dancing people do come on, they all look the same, So I don't
Yeah.
know.
So I know what you're talking about. There was I mean, people have been talking. I don't. Well, first I should say I never had TikTok. I never downloaded it. I never made an
Yeah.
account. People repost things on other social media, which was another reason I was like, I don't need to. Like
Yeah,
it was on
exactly.
Instagram Reels and then YouTube Shorts and on
Hmm.
Twitter, and eventually made its way to Facebook. But what started that whole boycott was this really popular blonde white female dancer who's a good dancer, making it onto the Tonight Show, I think, with Jimmy Fallon, and he's known for like supporting artists,
Hmm.
particularly like musicians and dancers and things like that. So he brought her on, and she's like showing all the latest popular TikTok dances, and no no credit given. And a lot of the trends are just regular people dancing. They hear a song and they come up with some routine. Like, I don't know if you remember, like back in the day, we would have like the chicken noodle soup dance. Somebody off the street just made that for that song, and the Superman and all of those little dances, stuff like that. It was just regular people, or little young musicians creating these popular dances, and they just spread. Um, so it's like, why? can't you get credit? It's not like they're gonna make money or anything like that. And so yeah, I saw the boycott, but the thing is, like, the actual professional dancers, they still need to make money. And
That's true. And it's actually big business when you say people are like, ooh, not getting money. I mean, it seems like big business for some of these people. And then I think a big thing lately is that, like, you have these artists that'll have a song and then it's like immediately some, I guess it's whoever's the first person that goes viral with these dances. It's like they stay up till midnight. As soon as the song gets released, they make some video or something, and then everybody starts copying. And so I don't know. I'm not into it. I just was reading a lot of stuff. That sounds familiar. The person I saw was on another show, but it's kind of that same premise of people were just saying, and there was a few people that came out the woodwork and were like, we've been silent about this for so long, hoping that somehow the algorithm or somebody's going to make it right, and we're done being silent about it. And it just turned me off on the whole thing, because that's indicative of society in general about a lot of things. So I just was like, I don't want any part of this.
And then social media is visual. It's like YouTube, the people, even if we disregard like bigotry or prejudices, the people who are dressed nicely, who have simple backgrounds or aesthetic backgrounds, usually the women who wear makeup and all of that stuff, are the ones who do better on most social media platforms. So it's the same thing with the TikTok dances. So, but I did find the documentaries I was talking about. They were about the Nixivim cult, NXIVM. Let me see. One was The Vow. That was on HBO, and I only watched that because I wound up at my friend's house, and they were telling me about this cult, and they have HBO, so they just put it on. And then the other one was Seduced Inside the Nixivim Cult. That So yeah, let me show you the.
It sounds very somewhat familiar.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of other ones. Oh wait, maybe I should
tell you. I think people are looking forward to believing in something in this shit show of a world, and them cults sometimes they get them.
Yeah, this is the name of the cult.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
So
I can't remember all the details because I watch so much random stuff, but yeah.
Let me mirror my camera so I'm not confused anymore. Ooh.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, Going 17.
So we said hello to Nicole in the chat here. And then Jen said she's trying to remain positive in this horrible world.
Yeah.
Ruth says the only violence in Going 17 is the members themselves, but basically get at each other.
Oh yeah. So
it's a fun time.
The variety shows, the games are like any type of game, but usually think like what we would call kids games. So like, oh my god, not board games though. On some variety shows they do that too. They'll play them. But or think like Squid Game, but without the violence, like shooting and your death or whatever. So red light, green light, and all of that stuff, but they make them more elaborate. Because 17 are all adults now. But it's the kind of content that's like good for all ages, so young kids can watch. That's why Rouge was saying they bleep out when they curse every once in a while, because it's they're trying to make it family friendly. So nothing too violent, but like these groups, when they do their own variety shows, they've known each other since they were kids. A lot of them are close, not every single group, but I think the ones that are not close don't do this type of stuff because it would be obvious they weren't. But So that you think how like siblings are when they play a game, you get competitive, and some people are more athletic than others or physically stronger. So like if it's a game where strength or speed is involved, then they'll do better. But then some things are like mental games. So uh, word games, which to be honest are a little harder to follow when you don't speak Korean. Even though they put the translations on the screen, it doesn't always make sense. So I'm trying to think of the name of a game that is played a lot. I can't remember the name of one, but there's one where you have to make a word that sounds similar to another word, and obviously in English translations the words don't rhyme, but in Korean it does. So that kind of thing. Mafia, as she mentioned, it's kind of like 7 Up. Remember when you put your head down on the desk and it's like somebody's like, put your thumb up if you are this, or put your thumb down and keep your thumb down if you're that.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that.
So Mafia is similar to that, or at least the basic version of Mafia is, but it's like off camera because it's a TV show, but on YouTube. Like they have a producer and writers and all of that stuff for the show, and they'll help them pick, or the members will pick like who's going to be the doctor, who's going to be the detective, who's going to be the mafia, who's like the bad guy. And the overall story for Mafia is there's a bad guy coming in to do something bad in the imaginary village, and the detective has to figure out who that is. Usually the bad guy's coming to kill innocent villagers, and then there's a doctor that can save people if they know somebody's hurt in time. But it's played like 7 Up. So you put your head down, and then somebody's like, okay, the doctor, put your thumb up or put your hand up or whatever, and it's like, and then put your head down. What is it? The mafia, put your head up and pick somebody to kill, and they kill somebody, and then it's like, does the doctor get a chance to save them? And then afterwards, the detective has to figure out from who's left or who was killed and other clues and stuff like that, who's the mafia. And if they don't, then the village team loses and the mafia wins, and there's usually prizes and all that stuff. And it could be really elaborate. Sometimes they take them to like interesting locations and they like act it out. They have costumes and all of this stuff. And what's fun about Mafia is if you get players who are good at playing mind games, because they can manipulate the whole situation and several people into thinking what's happening is, or what's not happening is what's really happening, and using subterfuge and getting people to blame each other and all of that stuff. And it's hilarious because you as a viewer, you know what's going on usually. So it's just like, it's a little frustrating, but it's also funny to see people get wrapped up in the mind games. But they do all kinds of stuff. That's why they're called variety shows, because you never know what you're going to get. It's not formulaic. It's something different every single time.
That sounds pretty fun. Sounds like once you're into the characters, get invested into the people, it's a whole lot of fun of seeing them in different scenarios. Sounds like a mixture of a few different things.
Yeah, usually, though, I will say with Say, which is short for Going 17, that's not really the case. They like, you don't have to know who they are to watch and be entertained. With a lot of the other groups, you probably do, like, you want to know their personalities ahead of time. But 17 is pretty entertaining off stage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're amazing singers, amazing dancers, even rappers, and that's their main job. This is just like extra, and I don't even know how any of these groups get paid for like variety show content. But I guess it's just extra promotion.
Yeah.
But yeah, for them, it's like watching any comedians play games.
Yeah. And you get to know them too, because a lot of times you don't really get to know the people that you're,
Yeah,
like you're entertained by singers and stuff like that. But here you actually get
yeah.
to know them intimately through like their actions that they're doing at the same time. So it's pretty
Yes,
cool.
and they do. They have other content, like they go on trips and do charity stuff and all of that.
Mhm.
So you get to see them like be regular people. The games is just like entertainment. It's either funny or uh, with a action. It's like watching a bunch of boys play games or a bunch of brothers play games.
Very Renaissance. All right, let's see. Let's get to some comments and we'll get to this last little sprint. I'll make it a little bit less there. Okay, so Nicole came into the chat. Hello, Nicole, if you're still here. Jen loved the Savers comment for Miracle Morning. I wrote it down, Miracle
Oh
Morning.
yeah,
I wrote that as well.
you'll find it all over the internet.
That's pretty
Very
cool.
popular.
And love that is harmless and it's fine. Exactly, exactly. It's good
Yeah.
to have something to make your day brighter or try to make some sense of the chaos in the world to save your sanity for sure. Ruth says, thanks. I just realized that sometimes I overtalk about things I love and people get annoyed. Oh no, hey, you know what? You have introduced something to us we were not aware. So there you go. Jen says there's an app called Aura that has meditation, hypnosis, sleep sounds. That is amazing.
Hmm.
And I listen to it before bed. Yeah, I always listen to a little sleep sound thing for bed. Brown noise and pink noise are my go-to. Do you listen to any of those, Lachette?
No, what is brown? I've heard of brown noise before, but I can't remember what it is. What is pink noise? I've never heard of
It's
that.
just like it's just one of those they have ambient sounds and stuff like that that people use to go to
Yeah,
sleep. So this is just, how there's white noise is like shh.
yeah.
Well, brown noise and pink noise are just variations of that. This has something to do with the sound spectrum, but they're pretty
Oh,
interesting. I don't know. I just got into them. I don't use any particular app besides I don't want to say it, the ALEXA.
yeah. I
That's
have
what I
too many
use
apps
for
already.
that. So. But yeah, I've been sleeping with sleep sounds for years. I used to do like birds chirping and rainfalls and water, but I haven't used those in a long time.
That's what I use if I do, and I'll just put on a YouTube video,
Yeah,
dark mode on the other side of the room.
yeah. Well, my husband got me onto these other ones, and I just go with the flow with that. No use arguing about it. As long as there's some background
And
noise,
if it
puts me
works,
to
it
sleep.
works.
You have to get that not everyone will feel the same way, Rouge. In those cases, I keep to myself, but you are safe here. Exactly. Hey, you know what? You want to talk about some stuff? As long as you're not offensive to anybody else, you are good to go. Okay. So, yeah. But there's always people that's going to have a problem with something. Don't worry about those people. Always say if there's somebody that has a problem with the things that you're doing, then that's maybe not your people. It doesn't make you a bad person or the other people bad people. Maybe they're just not interested. So I always say I have this thing my mom taught me a long time: know your audience. So you're good to go though. I think book communities are very benign compared to maybe some other communities, but there's always those
Yeah.
those, those folks. Let's see. Jen says, or Ruth says, I know, but I have really bad anxiety. So because I've been told I'm annoying before for overtalking, that sticks in my brain. That's why I always apologize. You know what? As a fellow talker, I've been told that too. And to me, it's about how you say it, not necessarily that you say it, sometimes. But we all have our moments, But no worries,
Yeah.
no worries.
I do understand getting stuck on something people have said
Yeah.
about talking, but we are fine.
Oh yeah, you're fine. And some people are flat out rude and don't really even understand their notions. Like I remember some things that people told me when I was young, like elementary school, that have given me a complex and stuck in my head for years. Some people are truly not aware of just what something they say can really affect people. And it's unfortunate, but I feel like once something has been told to us, then it's
Mhm.
now our problem of what's in our head to deal with. So you find your best ways that you can, but surrounding
Mhm.
yourself with people that are supportive, I think makes a huge difference in that. Let's see. Jen says my family worries when I watch true crime shows. Oh God. Christina Randall, yeah, she's awesome. I loved her. She's a true crime podcaster. I haven't watched her in years. Like I said, that's how I got into it. But she's blown up for sure. Me too, Rouge. I get it because I can fixate on things.
Mhm.
Yeah, I get you. Well, same honestly. See, like-minded individuals. Jen says my major is English, but I'm considering forensic psychology for a graduate degree. Ooh, that ought to be interesting. I know there's not a whole lot of schools out there for that, so you definitely get some good education, the ones that are there.
I have a friend who got her degree in forensic psychology. She's not doing that, but that's because she accidentally had kids. But the she still finds it interesting, and like, speaking of fixations, I guess it's because she can't do the work. So she still follows all of these papers that are put out and everything like that. And like when we meet up, she's telling me, all of this, the latest in forensic psychology. And I half of the stuff flies over my head just because I don't have the basis that she does. I do find it interesting though. I loved what's that show, Bones? That used to be on, and it is interesting. I don't know if I could do it though, because the last time she was telling me about in school, um, like they have what they call, I forget what it's called, but it's a type of farm where they accept dead bodies and they have them under some type of dome
Yeah, and they
situation,
study the
like,
degradation process.
and
Yeah.
they yeah, and in different bodies in different scenarios, animals too, because it was out west, and because she grew up in Texas, so I was like, wow, like I find it interesting, but I couldn't do that. No, thank you. No, thank you. Like when they're cold and but decay,
I need them
no.
fresh.
Like fresh, or like they've been dead so long it's no longer a decay process.
Yeah.
I can see. So, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we're thinking more of the anthropology part, which is what my correction is.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of schools for that in the US. But forensic psychology probably wouldn't be as bad because you're basically trying to get into the mind of who exactly is the person that would have done this. So I don't know if you necessarily
You're
would
right.
be out in the middle of the night digging up bodies because I wouldn't do that. Like, don't call me. Like, I watch a lot of these shows where especially on First 48, they get called and they have to go out, the homicide detectives, and it's the middle of the night. And then they don't sleep for 3 days because, you don't sleep until you get a lull in the case. And I'm like, don't call me at 3 a.m. and it's cold and raining to go in the ditch or in the woods to go look at a body in the closet. No,
Yeah.
no, no,
You're
no.
right.
I
I
need
was
standard
thinking.
hours for my job. No, no, no.
You're right. I went off on a tangent there, but I think TV show wise, the psychology is probably more like Hannibal was, or Criminal Minds type of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, some interesting things
Maybe
out there
less
for
out
sure.
in the field.
Yeah, I don't want to be in the field. Just like being a cop. I wouldn't mind being a cop if I got to stay at the station. Let me do the admin stuff. So I get to know all the details, but I'm not running, I'm not chasing nobody. No, I'm not doing that. Not gonna do it.
It's
I'm not,
serve
no.
and
You got
protect,
me then.
Courtney. Serve and protect.
Yeah, from the office. You go do the stuff and I'll process your paperwork. So I know all the details. I can even see the criminals, but I'm not going out trying to find them and follow them into that dark building. No, not happening.
You don't have a hero complex.
No, I don't. I'm far from. I'm in healthcare. I'll take care of it at the hospital. Let's see. Jen says I work with people and have to accept that my interests are not everyone else's interests. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I think those are pills that we all need to swallow, and some of us do it better than others. That hey, maybe not everybody's interested in that, but you find your tribe. It's just like books. Not everybody cares to talk about books. I tell people I'm part of a book community online. They're like, "What are you doing?" Well, we talk about books and other things. Oh, y'all read together? Yes, it's fun. They don't get it. Oh, well, don't get it. You don't have to get it. That's fine.
That's why I have this content on my channel in the first place. Yeah. I ain't got nowhere else to talk about it.
Exactly. Rouge says, I'm not talking about, I'm scared that happens to me in real life. That's why I don't watch Cherie True Crime. I'm a scary catty. Yes, I love Stephen King. Oh, because it's fiction there. But yeah, real life is scary. You might not want to be inundated with all the horrible things that happen in this world, but I think it definitely is good to know so you don't live in a bubble. To not know that those things exist, So, Jen says, like writing, not everyone gets my love for writing. I try not to babble about it for those who don't feel the same way. You know what? It's about learning your audience. That's what I always say.
And I feel like we usually only babble. This is not everybody, but I feel like we go on and on and on about the stuff that interests us, usually because we don't have an outlet to talk about. So it's all like pent up. So when you get a chance, it's just like word vomit. Like when you find your people who are willing to listen or your outlet, then probably talk about it less with people who don't seem to care as much.
There we go. And sometimes it takes you a minute to get to there too, but it all pans out. It all pans out on how it is. Let's see. I lost my spot here. Okay, so Rouge wants to write, but get some block. Your pink sweater is lovely. They're stating, I love it. I think you look very nice.
And it feels so nice and soft. I love it. Thank you, Jen.
Jen says, I'm wearing a robe that looks a lot like something looks like mine. This is like koi. This is very much a hodgepodge, tacky looking outfit right here. Koi colors. What in the world? This mouse is like not trying to do the things I want it to do. Okay, Nicole says super pretty color on Lachette. It does. I think pink matches you. And also not only your pink, but also your reddish wall in the back. It all kind of goes together and blends with you. Very lovely.
My Scarlet.
Jen says, I write professionally and it's hard. I sit down and let the words flow. It helps me release the things. There we go. Sometimes you write things and then you might not actually keep anything that you wrote, but you put them down, that's all part of the process, just like these shows, they weren't made just somebody just writing it down and bam, it's on page. It's been probably 10 or more script rewrites, Ruth says in Scotland we had 4 warnings for snow. Woo! but it's not there, and I'm so upset. I love snow. We've had no snow all year long. You know what? It may come. Rest assured. When Mother Nature decides she's gonna do her thing, then she gonna do it. Okay, so just watch out, because once it comes, you're gonna be like, oh no, that's not what I wanted. Oh, because I know no new music. Okay, me and you both, Jen. Me and you both.
I feel this to an extent. Like my dad was asking me who's Kendrick Lamar, and I was like, I can't give you a detailed response, but I at least know who that is. But the last couple of years, we've been watching the Grammy Awards again, and my parents sit there and they go, "Who is that? Why are you watching this?" And I'm just like, "Why are we watching this? If y'all are gonna act like
That's like the Grammys and the Oscars and what's the other one? The Grammys, the Oscars, and the Golden Globes. I don't know any of these people. I don't know the artists. I don't know the shows. I like to just look later on. I just watch Yahoo articles to see like the fashion, but half the girls aren't even wearing dresses. They're like some sort of leotards and half clothes, and I'm just like, I don't care to watch that either. So I just generally don't. And then the Grammy, I mean, I don't really care, but with the Grammys, I do tend to check an article to see who won what. But this latest one, I'm just utterly annoyed. So like all the controversy with Beyonce and stuff. So I'm just like, I'm gonna just check out a pop culture.
See, other than reading, music is a big thing for me. So if I'm not reading, there's usually music playing. So I am into all of this stuff. It's just what part of the world I'm paying attention to.
That's true. All mixes together. I listen to some music maybe in the car, but very short lived. I'm gonna go on a distance. I'll try to find an audio or something for a book. Jen doesn't know any. I mean, I don't know any Western music. Like I know artists like Maroon 5, Westlife, 1D. Well, you know more than me, so have at it. I know Maroon 5, that's about it. And I can't even tell you a song they've written. Jen watched the concert they had for the fire victims of LA and didn't know half the I don't war shows, all these people come up and I don't know who they are, so I don't even try anymore. I used to, but it's too much effort. I have other things to do. So well. Hello, Hermie. How are you doing? Listen to Death Comes to Marlowe for a clue and getting ready for Sib stuff. The Siblings Book Club. That is fun. I like the title. Okay, well, I hope you enjoy. Huge hockey fan. So excited. Oh, there you go. Hockey is always a fun time. Get them to beat up on each other. WWE. Back in the day, I used to watch some WWE, but not so much. Yeah, that was a good time back in my youth, though. Football, or volleyball. I have never.
Volleyball is hilarious, just in general.
I'm gonna have to check that one out. Foot volleyball. Olympics are fun to watch. Yep, they are very multicultural. I like, and that's very inclusive. You know, well, to a certain extent, but visually, I like that learning lesson. Bad when I watch the Olympics. I'm supporting South Korea more than my own country. Hey, you know what? You're supporting something.
Do you know the South Korean entrance for the Olympics?
Say again?
I was asking Rouge if they know who the players are for the Olympics and the South Korean players.
The delegates?
Yeah.
I don't even know half our delegates. I just know their American team. Popping in, we're heading to Oslo. Okay, enjoy, Ellen. Enjoy. Have a good day out. Jen had a coworker that would often call in sick after the Super Bowl and other games. Hangover. Yeah, probably so.
Sick with him, hangover.
That's the same thing with holidays. Well, a lot of people don't like to work day after holidays because people call in too. Hockey, but they are playing, not me. Life doesn't really change. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's good to watch some people kind of skate around the ring and bump into each other sometimes too. It's kind of fun in that. I don't like sports. Sometimes when you have just a bunch of people, grown men for the most part, fighting each other over a game, I just think that's downright dumb. That's one of the reasons I get annoyed with football and with hockey, and that's the main ones that it happens in. But I just get annoyed. I'm like, y'all playing a game, getting paid millions of dollars to play a game for a living. Work out and play a game, and you're fighting because somebody somehow bumped into you or some little ego thing. I just think it's downright dumb. That annoys me. If I watch a game and they start fighting, if I am watching it, I will just tune out at that point.
Yeah.
17. See what happens when I start talking. That's called passion. Jen says, I don't seek out a lot of cult stuff, but it's wild how many people are brainwashed. Exactly. I just run into some of these cult documentaries, and I actually like them more, truthfully, than some of the other hour-long ones where somebody murdered somebody or whatever, for greed, which is normally an issue. Greed, or, oh, you were with my man and I'm jealous. And then wind up years later, they're not even with them. I think people just need something to believe in, and these cults just get people, So, but that Twin Flames one was wild, though. That one was just like one of my most favorites. Click. It says podcast about Jonestown. Oh, yeah, that was a big one there. So sad because there was audio. It was the cult that drank the poison. Yep. And they went to a Guatemala. Was it Guatemala that they got some land in?
I don't know.
Yep. Craziness. He is an amazing author, but wordy. I appreciate the imagination. I wish I could write horror, but his books are huge. Stephen King. He isn't the only one. Brandon Sanderson is a huge one. What's that? John Gwynne is another huge one. Is it Sarah J. Maas? Like, it just seems like the trend these days of these big ones.
Like, more with fantasy books, they were always bigger than.
You have to build the world,
Yeah. But they're getting bigger and bigger. And like I said, like Sarah J. Maas is another one. Her books, it was like 400 pages. Now they're getting close to 1,000. I'm just like, girl, no, you are not that.
I think maybe they're trying to charge you more, so they're like, "Let me give you some more words." Like, I can mess around with a 400. I can even see 450 for a fantasy if you need to flesh it out. I appreciate a fantasy that can do it in 300 pages, though. I've read some. I call them cozy fantasies. When they're smaller like that.
Yeah.
But I enjoy when you can get it done in like 400 pages, But if it takes you 600, 700 pages to get your words out to build this world, then take off some details. Like, I'm not a super detailed person. Yeah, I'm like, we don't need all of that. Like, that's why I like magical realism to a certain extent. Like, you don't have to recreate the wheel on everything, It's like the same world, just adding some elements, Just I don't need all those details. I'm not gonna remember
in the fantasy for the details. That's what we like. But I think the first like adult fantasy I ever read was Tolkien. So like Lord of the Rings. And I mean, by today's standards, those are not that long, but man, does that dude go into some unnecessary detail. And that's what I look for in a lot of fantasy.
Really?
I'm just like, I trained myself by happenstance to be like, expect that. And like, even the movies, they cut out so much, and everybody's like, you know what? These movies are great because they cut out the stuff that was absolutely unnecessary.
Because it's already 3 hours. How much are you gonna make it for? Yeah, 5-hour long movie.
Yeah. So, but there was more in the books, like so much unnecessary detail. But I do like details.
Yeah, see, I'm the opposite. Just give me enough detail so we can get to the plot. And I think that's why sometimes psychological thrillers get at me, because I'm just like, Okay, the premise was good, but you talked in your head for 30 pages. But that's the premise of psychological thrillers, you know. And so I tend to kind of steer clear if things say that, you know, because then I feel like that's the flaw that irritates me. But that's the point of the book. So, but yeah, some of these books are definitely long. The George R. Martins of the world. Yep. Yeah, you gotta know what you're getting into with some of these books. Like I like a fantasy, but I'm not a diehard fantasy to where I'm all about that. Like I'm more of a romantasy girl. So you have this fantastical stuff in that, but a romance is kind of, you know, more centered around it. So you don't need as much details when you have something like that, you know. But it just depends on what it is and how intricate the author wants to go into it, you know. Yeah, give me a good plot in 450 pages or less, and I'm good for that, you know. Okay, it is a 44-hour audiobook. That's just scary, just hearing that, but very long. I wasn't a huge fan of it anyway, though. I will say that. Like, I just was like, this is it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm talking about movies.
In the first place, so.
Say again?
Like, I'm not a horror fan in the first place, so I don't want any of that.
Yeah. I mean, it was okay. I just didn't feel that it was like, I don't know. It didn't hold my interest as much, I will say, but whatever. It says, I want to get to this next sprint, but I want to get through as many of these comments. I love, Rouge loves wordy authors. That's why I love Stephen King. And if you haven't noticed, when I'm listening, the books I've read, I love the longer books. The longer, the better, because I get more invested. That's true. That's true. You do get more invested because you spend more time with the book. But I can spend 10 or 12 hour audio or whatever in a book and still be dissatisfied versus the 44. So I think it's just how, to me, the content is what draws me in. You know, if you do it well enough, to me, it doesn't really matter the page count. Okay. Just do it well enough and do it thorough enough. But, you know, every author does that different and you don't really know until you get into it, you know. The characters in the story. Yep. Fair point on Rouge. Exactly. 1,000 pages. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. I like to read his book about writing to see what he says. Ooh, he has a book about writing? That's interesting. 700, at least my copy, and that's not long, is it? I mean, it depends on your idea. That's long to me, but some people else might say it's not. Ice Speed Red Rose.
With BookTube, I now pay attention to how long books are, whether it's hours or pages. I never did as a kid. Like, even into my 20s, I was just like, if the synopsis is there, I'm reading it. If I enjoyed the first few pages, I just continue until it's over. And couldn't tell you what the title of the book was or the author half the time, unless I kept it and then I could pick it up and look at it again. But like, how many pages? No idea. And there's like some series that I love. Like, I bought the books and I have them and I've reread them over and over again. And I see people like, oh no, I'm not reading that. It's too long. And I'm like, it is? And then I go look and I'm like, oh, that was 700 pages. And
you'd be like, I did that.
Yeah, I did that. Like the Outlander, I was like, I don't know how I got through all those books, but then thinking about it, I was like, I knew they were long, but they came out like once every other year, if not longer in between. So it was just like, if I saw it and I was like, I'm up to that book, I read it, and that was it. I didn't pay attention to exactly how long it took me to read it or exactly how many pages they were.
See, I think I'm a number snob. I don't know. I always get limited on time too. So it's like, how long does it take me to read a book? But yeah, if it's something that I really think I'm going to be interested in, then I may consider if it's longer. But I don't know. I get daunted by just books that are super long. I think same thing with a sequel. I feel like it's going to disappoint me the longer I continue with the book. You know, you have a book that you get invested in and you're like, okay, am I going to be disappointed? You know, it's like, let's end it right here before I start to dislike. And then even with the second book, like you ever have a book or a movie that subsequent ones just kind of killed it, and I'm like, a waste of my time. So I'd rather have one and done of enjoy and make it what it should be as a whole and complete. And then I can make my decision about whether or not I liked it from there instead of leaving the story on.
Isn't it interesting? We have like reading history or reading PTSD, and like our early reading experiences inform our later ones. Like, oh yeah, I know.
This room gets more light. No, I get you on that one. I'm the same way. I feel you'd be like, oh, I think it only takes one or two books, and then you know it's a wrap for you. you get in your
like
head.
Sitting here, like, have I read a series where the subsequent books have been like really disappointing and I gave up? One. There's only one series ever that's come to mind where I've had that ever happen.
What was that?
This was only a couple of years ago. I don't remember. Hold on, let me see if I could look it up. Is it Witch Song or something like that? I think it was a YA series. And it started off really well, but we never got to the main plot, and it seemed like so many interesting things were happening off the page with the adults, and these kids were like, nah, it wasn't a bad time. It was just like after 5 books, I'm like, can we get to
like something should have happened by now?
Something like they're powerful, but they keep like being off the beaten path and getting into situations that are not part of the main plot situation, and I'm just like, that's frustrating. It's frustrating for them. You can see it on the page, and I'm just like,
it's like a letdown. It's like, come on, Arthur, get to the program.
Yeah, but recently, somebody told me that actually they do get to that, and I was like, oh, of course, it's the book after I was like, I'm done.
Like, I give up. Oh. I don't know why it's so dark. I'm trying to figure out. This room has light. I put the light on, open the door.
You're backlit, that's why.
Huh?
You're backlit from the window.
Well, I just opened the window, the blinds. That was why I turned the camera off when I got up. But I feel like and I even have a light here, and I got skylights here, and it's so dark in here still.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're pointing directly at your face. Any other light?
One here.
Like my window is right there, so all the light coming in. Is it noon yet? It's not quite noon, but yeah, the sun is over the.
Well, sun's over there. Let me try something else. Let me try. Well, this window thing here didn't really work, so I'm gonna just close this. Maybe I'll open the blinds across the room. Let's see.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, we still know you're there.
Huh?
We still know you're there.
There you go. Let's see. Does this even open? Oh my God. My husband needs blinds. I don't know. All right. I'm not going to fiddle with that too much. Oh. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. It's not meant to be. All right. Let's get through some of these comments, and then we'll do like a 30-minute sprint and then get out of here. Jen used to ghostwrite historical romance and research. Yep, tons of research. You got to do your research and make sure it's accurate for there. You have to warn people about it anyway, because the very problematic scene at the end. I forgot about what that one was, but I don't know. So overall, it was okay. I just was not impressed by it. I'll say that. Stephen King is a great writer, but he writes too many books. And I think it's interesting to compare books to movies since he is the final say in his screenplay. That's true. It is nice to do a comparison if you happen to have read the book already. But I will say that if there's a movie out, I probably will not be going back and rereading or reading a book if I have not read it already if I watched the movie. But the other way around, maybe. Laura does the movie, but it misses a lot. Yeah, well, if you got 1,000 pages, it's only so much. And it's a 2-part sequel, so that's the thing too.
Oh, good.
Ruth said, though I could write it because it literally doesn't spoil anything. This scene doesn't change the story at all. Okay. Let's see. Stephen King has his own multiverse. Every one of the books are connected to his other books.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, you're not for that one?
I read the Dark Tower series. That's what I read, which was not horror exactly by Stephen King.
Well, apparently he has a good sense of humor, so that's good. Notice that for the first time with reading Misery. There we go. I like quirky sense of humors when they have those in books. People who like Sanderson and writes long books, people are okay with that, but the same complaint about Stephen King is too long. That is true.
They're different writing styles.
That's true.
Sanderson writes very simply, so it goes by pretty quickly. Lucky for him. I'm not a fan of horror, which is mostly what King writes, so it was never gonna work out in the first place.
Yeah, it all depends on what you're into, just for sure. What's the difference does it make? I mean, page count is not all the same, like you just said. Some books are, I mean, depending on your genre, but also depends on just the complexity of the writing. You know, you ever have a 300-page book that you struggle with, took you forever, and then others you're like, oh, I read this in one day. Some books I think read a lot more simpler and plain text than others, so you got to take that into account. But also, you know, it's the reader. I think every individual reader takes things differently and has their opinion about how they view content too. I love Sanderson for the same reason I love Stephen King, because I love long books. See, and there you go. And that's another thing. See, as someone that's not really a huge fan of long books, it's a difference for me than for you, you know? That's why I think not every author is for other people, you know? So you've got to find your tribe in your books, you know?
If I like long books and long series, if it's not long books.
I might be into a long book, but series, I don't know. I think it's interesting when writers write a long book and a part of a long series. I'm like, you can't have both. Like in my head, I'm like, we can't have both. You're just asking too much of me.
You do.
If I ever graduate college and don't work 2 jobs, I will have more time for books. There we go. Can't we just sit here and just read all day, right? Hermes says it is inspired by the cultivation of English, but with magic. I think we're talking about Babel. It's largely set in Oxford University Babel building, which is where their linguistics department. The magic is really cool. Okay, see, to each his own, but none of that interests me at all. That's why I know Babel was not for me.
I'm curious. We shall see.
Yeah. Courtney, if you're interested in Dancing with the Devil, Kendall Ray did an episode on the cult Netflix doc and all the info that was left out. Ooh, interesting. Okay. I don't know. It took me forever to watch that. I mean, I enjoyed that particular documentary, but it took me forever to watch it. So beyond what I saw on the documentary already, I don't think I'm interested, but I was curious that she did one on it. Not surprising though, you know, she does a lot of pop ones. Same thing with that Ruby Ray one, who was abusing her kids. I saw that. That was very interesting too. That big, 10,000 square foot house? Who needs a house that big? I get lost. That's Walmart. Celeste has a bunch of Robertson's past, amongst other things. Yeah, there's some folks, I tell you there. People prey on others. Why is Restreamo like not click on it, but then leave it blue so then I can't read the comments in the other area too. Ruth says, I'm not throwing shade at anyone. I'm just confused that people who complain about Stephen King books are too long, but they read other author books are too long, don't complain. Yeah, I think it's all a matter of, perspective. So just let them be. Let them be.
I think not everybody is consciously aware of what they like or dislike in books. A lot of people are still figuring it out, so they'll just say simply, "Oh, I like this one and I don't like that one." I do like those booktubers who are more aware or are learning their reading style, so not just like genres, but what they like about this genre and these particular authors. And is it the writing style? Do you like books that focus on the characters and character development, or are you more of a plot person? And these kind of things affect whether you like the reading or not.
True. That's true. Let's see. It's got me thinking about all the YouTube influencer houses. Yeah. If there's even their houses sometimes, because sometimes it is not. As a writer, I think I avoid being too wordy. Maybe that's it. I mean, everybody thinks of something. Some people might not think of some things that wordy. They might think it's right on cue, Let's see. Jennifer, that's another reason I can't write. I don't know how to get across what I want to say in a short form. I always go the long way to describe what I'm trying to say.
Oh, same.
That's life. We're all different. Some people may appreciate that, Yeah. Or you put it on paper and dwindle it down, because writers' first draft is generally not the final product you see, Hermie says the real world setting doesn't need the same level of description as a fantasy world setting does. I personally think that's why. Facts. But also, I think that when you show something on a visual form versus a written form, you can add in a whole lot of details that don't need words to describe it. So you just see that. I mean, you may miss some of it as an outside person, just going into a scene and looking at a room compared to if you were reading it, but still, you don't need to describe every single thing. So that kind of takes out some of that wordiness too. It doesn't help that I'm dyslexic, so words are really hard for me. Okay, I get you. Oh yeah, Charlie D'Amelio and Addison Rae amongst other dancers. Yeah, I didn't know any of these people until I saw that TikTok thing, and I still don't remember their names. So I just remember the documentary was interesting.
Oh yeah. I remember those names. That's what. Once you said TikTok, I was like, oh, that's how I know those names.
Yeah.
Addison Rae was one on the Tonight Show. It was like, girl, you didn't make those dances.
And then they have these fake little love, because everybody wants a love story and likes to convey what they think is happening. So people feed that up, social media. So they have like these little fake engagements and relationships and stuff too. So it's very interesting. If you're into all of those, into those people and the characters who they portray, then you get into it. But I don't feed into that so much, so I don't even. Let's see. Jen says, "Well, you would be writing to who? Well, you would be writing for. So who cares? Since I write for clients, I go with what they want. My books can be completely different. I'm writing on my own." Oh, that's true. That's true. When you're ghostwriting, you tailor things to your clientele. That is so true. Mm-hmm. So you have a very versatile writing style that actually works in your favor. Should you want to publish, there are editors and people to help you to clean it up. True. Rouge says, I wanted to be an author, so I did college for a year and wrote a story, but my teacher said there was no way, too many words in it. I have to shorten it or I'll fail. You know what? get some editing done. If you really want to keep salvaging, I mean, in the end, it's your product. You do what you want with it, regardless of what people said. Because there's always people out there that's telling you something about something. But maybe you can hire somebody or get somebody else to, kind of take a look at it and see what maybe you can, spruce it up to where the end product is what you like. So, yep, there you go. Jen says, learn as you keep writing. Yeah, especially if you have a passion for it. I don't have that passion. I have the passion to read, but not the passion to write. I've written some short stories back in the day, but I'm just like, this is definitely not something I would want to show anybody besides a friend. There's your major right now. So, yeah, Jen knows what she's talking about. Constructive criticism without feeling like I failed. Exactly. Because you will definitely, when you're releasing some art out into the world, it's not for everybody. Okay. And people love to issue negative criticism before they issue something positive. That's something that I have learned just in the general public. People will love to say something negative before something positive. So you got to have a thick skin if you're looking to release something into the world that's going to be judged, because it will be. That's the whole thing. We judge books, So you got to kind of roll with that.
It's something you probably have to build up. It doesn't just come out. Some things I'm thick-skinned about, and other stuff I'm like, oh, I wasn't expecting that to hurt.
Yep, that's true. We've all had that thing that came out of nowhere that we thought we were prepared, and then for whatever answer or comment, and you're like, "Ooh, my feelings are hurt." And it varies. We get more sensitive about some things than others. But I know, when you've worked a long time on something, you get probably a lot more sensitive than others when you put your blood, sweat, sacrifice, and tears into cultivating, like, let's say, your book or your music, and it comes out and people are like, this is horrible. You know what? You have to accept the good with the bad, okay? But it's not overnight that, you're able to achieve that level of, I don't know if I want to call it maturity, but just that level of acceptance,
Mm-hmm.
Where is this mouse? This mouse is driving me nuts today. Okay. I can't see the comment. Show. Just do it for you. Nobody needs to read it unless you want them to. That's true. That's true. Don't hold yourself back from writing, especially with anxiety. It does help. Yeah, I think that does. I think putting yourself out there kind of helps you. You never know until you put it out there. That's the thing.
I've done some kind of journaling.
Say again?
I said I've done some kind of journaling pretty much always, and it's helpful.
Yep, there you go. Journaling.
Yeah, I agree. They have all these journal prompts out there, and it's like, they don't all have to be super serious. There's stuff like, oh, what would you do if you were a superhero and aliens attacked the Earth? That's basically you're writing a story. But it's a journaling prompt.
Anyway, to get your words out. They're talking about this Mafia and 7-Up.
Yeah.
Say it again?
7-Up.
No. I feel like when one of us is speaking with here, it seems like it mutes the other person. So that's why I'm like,
and I've noticed that in other lives. So I try, but can't always get the timing.
Well, at least it looks like our timer, I think, is on the same thing. Like the delay isn't, I think, between us. It's between us and the audience. So at least that's something. Because I have like a delay on my phone, like a 3-second delay. And it's so annoying because I feel like I can't have a regular, like I hate having business conversations on the phone because there's a delay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I even have that. My husband has it on his phone. So we're constantly talking all over each other and it's frustrating.
It is.
Let's watch the Go See, Nervous and Get It, but I learned the groups through Go See and love that about them. Y'all got me interested in some K-pop now. They're planting rice seeds. What in the world? Pop in an earbud and drift off to sleep.
Variety show means they'll be doing a variety of things.
There's some episodes to go see that I'm confused with. There's so much of the game I don't understand. Some of it may be like cultural, so you might not know if unless you're from that culture too, you know? I always tell people there's something that will calm their anxiety emotions, they'll find it. I told my toddler daughter that she uses art and music. That's true. The arts definitely are one of those things that's a good outlet for people, whether they're good at it or not, you know?
Yeah.
Different for everyone. Problem is, I'm 53 and consider that grad. I'm 53 and considering that grad degree. So you got some life experience to contribute to it, you know? That says something too sometimes, life experience and how you handle things.
Not gonna die tomorrow, Jen. You could do it. And you could take your time.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know the financial situation, so but I know that affects it. But you don't have to do it like you're 20.
Hey, you can do it. My sister is 48, I think, and she's getting her PhD. So, you know, keep at it. Do what you got to do. Do what you want to do, you know? Um, says Rouge says, hey, for me, K-pop, 17 mainly reading, playing video games are a way of dealing with anxiety and comforting those.
Definitely.
There you go. Reading's my safe spot. If I have something that threatens that, I got to get rid of it because I'm like, look, there's not a whole lot of safe spots in this world. Okay. I can't eat myself to death. So reading is much more productive. So I can't have anybody threaten that. Jen says, read Stiff by Mary Roach, maybe. It is all about that. Yep. And there you go. You always have a book that comes back to it that has probably detailed it too. So there you go.
Yep.
Hey, Kat, how are you doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're going to start very shortly the last sprint, 30 minutes. Got to get going. I was super fun chatting. Have a great Super Bowl Sunday and happy reading and watching true crime. Awesome. If you ever know any cool documentaries, point them my way, okay? As long as they're not super long. Have a good day, Celeste, okay? Yeah, said bye. Jen is looking for a tribe. They're hard to find, at least local. I agree with you there, girl. I am trying to find my local tribe. Like, where's my local tribe that I can physically go out with? I haven't found them yet. So keep looking, though. They're out there. There is a group called meetup.com, if y'all are not aware, as a way to get to know people. You've used that?
Yeah. I haven't in like a decade, but
I've used that. I moved a lot and I use that several times to try to find friends. And sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. But when I first moved to New Jersey, that is how I found all my friends through that. And I found different groups. I had different tribes for different reasons. So I haven't found that here, but it's a really great way. And you tend to, I mean, there's a lot of singles groups on there, which, you know, I'm not single. So that's what I tend to encounter. So it's harder to find like non-groups of people seeking and people that aren't 20 going out to a bar and stuff. But you definitely have groups out there, you know, but it's just another tool in the arsenal to try to find your tribe. Okay. I met some really lovely, beautiful ladies out there with great souls that, you know, unfortunately, most of them are single, and it sucks that you have so many people out there that, you know, can't recognize that. But, you know, but as far as with friendships, I mean, really great ladies, you know, cultivating a friendship when you don't have relationships, even if you have a relationship, it's still important to cultivate friendships outside of that because those are a lot more lasting than relationships. But I tend to find that a lot of ladies go to those when they don't have relationships. But you can find some really great girlfriends from that. So anyway, that's just my spill on Meetup. I'm not getting paid for it.
I can't argue with you because I'm single and I was single then when I was using it. I wasn't looking to meet anyone. I was just single looking for people that shared my hobbies or my interests. So.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard. It's hard, but yeah, I've met some really, really good people through meetups and stuff. But it just gets harder over time. But you know, it's out there. I don't like to watch the news. I don't watch the news, but listen to true crime and spooky podcasts. I get you. I get you. Yeah, I used to listen to them on the radio on long drives. Not that I've had any of those lately. Once I listened to true crime for a good 8 hours. I was visiting my sister. 8 hours there, 8 hours back. Now I got books, so I listen to audiobook. But true crime, yeah. Christina Randall and Kendall Ray got me through. I was alternating. I just went through their whole playlists. Let's see. Hey, Swing, how are you doing? Hello, hello. This computer is doing the most, y'all. I don't know why. I'm trying to click and it's just not doing so. Jen says, my daughter will ask if I know so and so. And I'm like, I don't get, she gets offended that I don't. She's 20 and I'm 53. Yeah, I'd be like, look, you probably get out more.
This is the time for her to just like yap at you and babble and just download all the information into your brain.
Absorb some dope.
Let me set up a PowerPoint presentation to explain this artist, Mom. Hey, remember when we were kids and you were really excited about something and you just like, and parents never got a word in. It's just like, okay.
I still get that way now sometimes. Oh, so apparently Rouge doesn't know the people from the team, but just watch the clips. Hey, you know what? You're showing support.
Yeah.
Showing support.
I figured.
Super Rose said, I don't understand football either. Why is this not clicking? I don't know. I don't understand football either. I don't watch most sports or the reason it's stupid. The fights is to watch from W. Exactly. There we go. They're paid to fight. Yeah, I don't understand, y'all. It gets crazy though. Fantasy is way more detailed than contemporary romance. There's room for more description. That is true. That is so true. Hey, Elena, how are you doing, Miss Lady? What is going on today? I don't know if anyone needs Coho. I think all of us has read at least once by her.
I have not yet. I'm still curious. Mm-hmm. And then like hearing all the negativity, I'm like, I would like to, form my own opinion, but also hearing the negativity, I'm like going in prepared for what will be there. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
I don't know. I just took it at surface level for her books. I mean, it's not for everybody, but I think she writes good domestic drama. I've read 2 by her. I enjoyed Verity a lot for what it was, So, but I mean, I just think she's too overblown, and there's so many other authors out there that I would rather read. So I don't read her for that reason. But I know there's other problematic elements in her personal life that people have issues with for that, but interesting characters. Kiana fell asleep. We're gonna do this sprint, y'all. We're almost close to the bottom. Loved it. The book got me into reading. Awesome. It's nice to be able to pinpoint that. Yeah, I like when I finally finish a big book, if I do venture one or finish a series. There's very few that have completed all of the series. And I'm like, yay. Yeah, but if it's past 3 books and they're not out, I'm not going to bother. But I can mess around with a duology. Anything more than that, I have issues with. I'm going to head. Going to head. Okay, just going. Okay. I thought it said bib. It said going to watch Going 7. Okay, well, enjoy your time. Thank you for talking about that and let me know because, I was not aware. Elena's going to read Crosshairs by Patterson. Oh, he's another one there, too.
Yeah. I have read a lot more Patterson than I have Stephen King. But,
Jen said, never read a Patterson. Back in the day I have, but nowadays, nah, I'm not going to even bother. Fantasy recently in class, and it's fun to read. Yeah, I wish we would have ran fantasy in school. We did not. Popularity plays a role in that, of course. Fantasy romance, I'm not sure. Yes, romantasy. I love it. That's probably my favorite if I had to choose something. I like a good fantasy with romance attached to it. I like romance almost in anything. Like I feel like there's so many other really cool genres out there that I don't want to just stick to just a romance novel. Like what's something else special about it? So, you know, I like a little romance in stuff, but not just a regular contemporary, just kind of romance. This is feel like every author will have readers and fans. That's true. That's true. And we all have our time and our place, though. Like I read a little bit of everything, truthfully. So it's not like I pigeonhole myself into something, and I read something that I don't normally read. And a lot of times, I thoroughly enjoy it too. Elena says Super Bowl's at 3:30. Yep. We were talking about that. The Chiefs versus the Eagles. It'll be 6.
Oh, you must be like,
huh?
I said 3:30. They must be like.
I'm not Canada, California.
Oh, okay. So
like that's interesting though in California to have it so early because the rest of us yahoos have to wait till the end of the day. You traveled somewhere, it's like 10 o'clock at night before you're going home. You got to do with crazies on the road at night. With Elena's time, it's still daytime, maybe. There's plenty of day left after the big game, you know?
And the same thing with award shows, especially the big ones. So like a lot of people complain about the Grammys and the Oscars being so long and going so late. And I'm like, when you watch the red carpet, it's daylight still. It's the middle of the day in the afternoon. And then I know people over here who are like, oh, they always wind up going to these parties, how they staying up late. Like they end at midnight for us, but it's still like 8 p.m. in California, in Los Angeles. So their day is just getting started when they get on the red carpet. So I just have to remember that.
And they definitely probably don't have a whole lot of other things the next day either. Okay, so Jen says I'm a bit louder. Let me know if it's too loud. And then Elena looks like she's getting a haircut and some coffee. So I want to know as well what color you're getting here too. Giant universe with all these characters. That's true. That's true. It makes it interesting. Fantasy story. Meetup is still around. Yes, it definitely has. More active in some places than others. A lot are trying to get you to pay for it, which I'm not on board with that. A lot of people don't wind up showing up to events, which really sucks. So it's like, I work too much, a lot of time with friends. Unfortunately, that works against me. Yeah, it's hard to find, but you know what? Personal relationships are important, and I'm not talking about like relationship, like romance. Just regular platonic relationships are important for sure. I think that's more important for women than for men. Have a chat group with college students from my university. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I get to get some more people in your tribe. That's your school tribe. One job is driving special needs clients, and you know when I'm alone in the van, it's all about podcasts and audiobooks. Keeps you entertained. Maybe keeps them from talking to you too. I first put on my little podcast to keep my mom from talking to me for this whole drive. It's like, look, listen to this. She was enthralled. Amazing, full-time college and moving quick. That's awesome. That's awesome. Myra's a student that takes one class a term. You know what? And knocks it out the park. Hey, if you got to take one at a time, go right ahead. I like her thrillers, but not her romance. Yeah, I've adventured so much, so I don't know all the details, but I did enjoy Verity. Check out this mouse is driving me nuts, girl. Terry Fisher, though. Never heard of Taryn Fisher. You ever heard of Taryn Fisher?
No.
Yeah, me too. Romance has so much depth. That's true. That's true. And it's done well. Yep. I recently read The Oath, which was so good. Oh my God. You had romance, you got a lot of little sexy smut. That's one thing I do need in my romance, though. I will say that. If I don't have that, I'm probably not going to read it.
It depends. I don't like the fade to black.
Yeah.
Like, I either want give me a full sex scene or don't give me one at all.
That's that YA right there. No, I need the scene.
No, not
Especially
YA.
with romance. I'm building it up. I need the scene. That's why I don't like YA. I need the scene. The fade to black pisses me off so bad.
It's it's annoying because I'm like, you don't do that with other scenes. Like they're eating breakfast. We don't just decide we watch them cook everything and then fade to black and it's later on in the day. What? No, that's annoying just in general. I don't need sex scenes, but I do like them sometimes. I'll explain maybe privately, but the it's just a mood for me. Sometimes I'm in the mood for them, and other times I'm not. But if I'm not in the mood, I'll just like skim through it because I feel like, at least for me, the well done sex scenes are not are what makes the difference between romance and erotica. Like there's some building of the relationship happening during the sex. And maybe it's emotional, or we're figuring out how the sex part of our relationship will be going. Like that's still an important part of the relationship. If you guys are sexual, then how you have sex together needs to be figured out.
I agree.
But so with erotica, I feel like it's I don't have a problem with that either. I read those too, but when I'm in the mood. And with those, I feel like they tend to just be more just entirely about the sex and the moves and all of that stuff, which is fine too. But that's what I feel the difference is between the two.
Yeah, I don't need straight up erotica because I definitely like a good plot with the sex up in there. But
Yeah.
I just need the scene. But you know what? I do like a good erotica, but if it's straight erotica, truthfully, I need that to be short. Like when I'm sitting there talking and being snooty about page counts, I get real snooty about page counts for something that's just straight up erotica. Yeah, it
Those
definitely needs to be
do
short.
tend to be short though. Like there are some very, I guess, spicy romances that are long because they have full detailed sex scenes.
Mhm.
And that's different. Or they have a lot of full detailed sex scenes, and those, like, after a while I will be like, okay, I don't need to see them have sex yet again. But, I mean, maybe if there's some like trauma with regards to sex, or we're doing something really kinky, so like then it's a different sex scene each time. But like I don't need like 5, 6, 7, 8 sex scenes and y'all just plain vanilla and everybody's enjoying themselves the same
Yeah,
way
you got
each
to mix
time.
it up. Yeah.
Like no. But like I said, I do like them. It's just sometimes I'm not in the mood. And I won't complain about it because you never know. It's not like authors give you a warning, there's 5 sex scenes in here, or oh, I only have one and it's fade to black. You go into it and you find out you read with those. But if I'm not in the mood and I pick up a book that has a lot of detailed sex, I just skim.
Yeah,
Like,
I've done that.
and then if I talk about it, I'll be like, I wasn't really in the mood, but from the skimming of the sex scenes, it looked good. It looked okay, consensual, which is the big line for me. But yeah, I don't like dock points or stars or whatever to authors when I'm not in the mood for something they wrote.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's time, but it's like psychological thrillers. I don't want to dock a book for a psychological thriller just because they were in the person's head too much. That's what it said it was supposed to be about, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, some of those books do get a little bit over. I read this book once. It was I don't know what, I don't think it was supposed to, I mean, it was a romance book, but it was just like literally the whole book was, for the most part, 3 sex scenes. And it was 75% of the book. And I was just like, oh my God.
I'm like, no, this is erotica.
Yeah, I was just like, man, they should have labeled this as such. But I do appreciate when an author writes a book, you go to the Amazon page or whatever, and it says, like, a lot of them will give disclaimers about a book. Hey, this is erotica, mature subject. It'll tell you if it's LGBTQ, things like that, or if it's horror, violence, or whatever. I appreciate when they say fade to black romance or fade to black, however they pronounce it. And many of them don't. That pisses me off. Especially when you have so much angst leading up and then you give me a fade to black. Oh my God. It irritates me.
Yeah. I don't mind YA romance.
You already know what's happening with that. Yeah.
There's a mix, but what I like with YA romance is different. I like all of because you get more of like, I guess, first times or whatever, or not first times. The butterflies and the giggling and the blushing and all of that stuff. The cute emotional things, and I'm like,
all that teenage angst of first love and new awakenings. Yeah.
So I like that stuff. So I don't need a sex scene between teenagers. I understand they do. If they do in the book, that's fine. If they don't, I'm not like, okay, or whatever. But like in YA with the teenage characters, like the stuff before sex seems to be bigger. They have bigger emotions about it, and I appreciate that. I'm like, just because we're adults and sexually active doesn't mean kissing is not great anymore.
Yeah.
Or it's not fun in and of itself. So let's go. And the they're holding hands and that kind of stuff. I'm like, that's adorable. Like, that's right. You get yourself a boyfriend and treat you right.
There we go.
But I'm looking for something different. So, but I don't think I like YA romantasy. And that's more because I think I'm finding the fantasy elements in YA or YA fantasy even. I don't think it's doing anything for me. I'm just like, there's not enough substance here. And the older I get, the more I'm like, oh my God, these kids are stupid. Where's the adults?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm not a big YA person at all. Like, YA kind of annoys me. I feel like sometimes the decisions are dumb, and I think they're even dumber than what I think teens that I know would make. But YA is such a big genre, like 13 to 18 or whatever. And so I'm just like, even though the kids are supposed to be 17, they're behaving like 12-year-olds, and that still annoys me because it went for such a wide range. But then it's like sometimes you have all this angst, and then it's like, I didn't even get a kiss. Like, there was no payoff. I just can't. I don't like to deal with YA. Yeah, it's not written for us, and I don't want to dock it because it's not written for us, but I just don't like to do YA teen books.
Yeah. Well, I do like with YA is like contemporary stuff or even literary fiction, which I don't tend to like in general. I'm like, you know what? Just watching teens going about their regular, everyday lives, I like that. Especially like modern day. I'm like, I haven't been a teenager in a long time. So like, what are these kids going through? What are their lives like? The fantasy ones, no. It's just a little too unbelievable. And not enough plot substance for me a lot of times, but
yeah. I just have an issue sometimes with some of these teens. It's like they're going off, and it's just like even some of these shows where they're acting all grown. But in a lot of these things, it's like these teens are acting like they're adults, going off on quests and stuff. I'm like, where? Like the whole time I'm thinking when they're making all these decisions and stuff, I'm like, where are your parents? Like the last book I just read, these kids are out there making $1 million deals, chartering planes and Airbnbs. And I'm just like, The oldest one is 20, and the next one after that is 17. But I'm just sitting there like, but most of them are like 15 or 16, and they're doing some cussing. And I'm just like, y'all are making a lot of moves for the none of y'all really being an adult. Like, just I don't know, talking to adults like they adults too. I can't get with that. It just bugs me. And then, like I said, a lot of YA to me, I feel like doesn't really mirror what I perceive based off the kids I know and how they are. Some of it to me does not reflect like what they're actually doing. Same thing, even when you want to look in the romance sex department. It's like we got all this fade to black and stuff that we're trying to completely try to make it, make it tame and palatable so it doesn't get banned and all this stuff. Where in actuality, hell, these kids are. I don't know, but I get it. I'm not the YA reader, so
yeah. I need to start getting ready.
We'll see. Okay, so we're talking about Taryn Fisher. No, hold up. What was the name? Taryn Fisher is Colleen Hoover's friend. So if you want to check that out, yeah, not my thing. But yeah, don't play podcasts to the kiddos that are going to scar them for life. I agree. Keep getting hired. There you go. Jen is a hireable person. That's what I'm saying. You get versatile style. So there we go. That's just a testament to how good of a writer you are. Yep. Kiana doesn't like fade to black either. Exactly. And that's the reason I'm an adult and I'm an adult reader. So YA I'll read every once in a while. And I always find something's lacking. And I'm like at the end, like, because I'm an adult. And what's lacking is the part that I wanted to read that was an adult part. So, but I try not to hold it against the YA book, but almost all YA books for me get a 4-star because it's always something that's kind of lacking or something dumb that I think even a kid wouldn't do. But, they're writing for a specific audience. So I get that. Let's see. I have been ghostwriting for 10 years and I've seen more terrible genres. It happens. I need a little spice, exactly. Erotica, what is like, like plot. Definitely, yes, exactly. I want give me at least a good plot, okay? Because I've read some erotica erotica, I don't need as much of a plot as like romance with some erotica elements, but or with spice, but at least give me some plot. But I've read some erotica that I'm like, damn, y'all didn't even try. But that was probably the point, Yeah. Pure smut for Klein Shore. I don't love it though. Yeah, give it a little depth to it, okay? Jen says required amount of sex scenes in a romance novel, but I don't write out every detail. Sometimes you can skim and get to it. That's true. So if it's too much, I will kind of skim, unless you're doing something different. But like you said, Lachette, I don't need this vanilla 3, 4, 5 scenes of just plain vanilla stuff. Like, what are you doing that's different? And that's what I like about books when they don't do everything the first time. Like, I get annoyed when they do everything the first time. It's like, why did you do everything? You served everything on the silver platter the first time. Why did you space it out? If there's 3 sex scenes in a book, do a little extra something different each time, It's like, man, what's there to look forward to? Yeah, Sierra Simone writes some good stuff. Yeah, that's the pre-series. There we go, right there. Yep, awesome. That's a good job in trying to put it out there. Hey, Dee Dee, how are you doing today? Welcome. Rereads for sure. Very good at mixing plot with the XE. Yep. I agree. Look back at teenage years and remember how awkward it could be, right? I prefer college students and a bit older for characters. Yeah, but I feel like even sometimes they'll put college kids in that whole YA genre, like newer adult is one of those other newer categories, and they still skirt the issues. So I don't know. Simmer's my fave. Zinni and Sean are part of my Roman Empire. See, I think the priest, I like the best. Sarah Kate is another one that has a good mix. Okay. Definitely an art form. I agree with you on that one. Miss Penguin's Home for, I haven't read that, but I saw the movie and loved it. But I don't look for that kind of way. Yeah. Would that be? Well, I guess it has some kind of horror, fantastical elements with the creature and all. But yeah, that one's pretty good. I enjoyed that one though. And we have into the end of the comments. If I can click, I know we made it. Okay, you're up for a small sprint.
Yes, I will probably be listening to an audiobook while I get ready to leave.
Okay.
So
Oh yeah,
like,
you have
I'm
your
setting my
thing.
bus schedule.
Okay, well, yeah, for some reason you got to duck out, just, give a wave, okay? I'm going to set up, actually, I already have it set up, a 30-minute sprint, okay? So we're going to sprint for 30 minutes, and then we're going to try to get out of here as quick as possible afterwards, okay? So it's a great book. And I watched the half the movie and wanted to write about the dad. Oh, yeah. Very good movie. I completely enjoyed that and saw it several times. Well done. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. I'll see you on 30.
Okay.
Hello, hello, hello. There we go. This stream has quite a delay. Okay, how did everybody's sprint go? I got a few more pages into the Gilda stories. How did your sprint go, Miss Lachette?
It went okay. Since started getting ready, I listened to audiobook Water Moon. What's this by again? I don't remember, but it's like a magical realism.
Mm-hmm.
Samantha Soto Yambao. It's interesting. Definitely glad I'm listening to the audiobook. I don't know if it would hold my attention as much if I was reading it, but it's pretty good. I got another, I guess, roughly hour since I'm listening at 1.5 times.
What is that about?
It's about a young lady whose father ran a pawn shop, and she's inheriting it, and not because he's like passing it on to her and retiring. And one day she comes downstairs and finds the place ransacked and her father missing. And then this guy comes in as a customer who's like a physicist or something like that, a scientist, and they like embark on this quest to find out where her father is and what happened. But the pawn shop is not a regular pawn shop, and the world they're in is not the real world. So it's all these fantastical elements,
Mm-hmm.
but not like super, like it's not hard fantasy with like rules and all of this stuff to explain why they're fantastical. But yeah, as they're like looking for her father, they start finding out things about each other, but also about her father and her mother. And like the suspense is ramping up. Um, the part I got to, one of the family friends had found some information about why her mother left. She's supposed to be dead, but apparently she's alive. And yeah, it's very dreamlike. There's a little bit of a romance.
Is this adult?
Say yeah, it's adult.
Okay.
He's a physicist. I was gonna say like 20s. They're in their 20s, but maybe a little bit older than that. They haven't said ages, but I'm like, I don't think it's you become a physicist that young. Like you have to have a doctorate. So maybe it would be like late 20s, maybe early 30s.
Okay.
And it's set sort of in Tokyo, Japan. So like not real Tokyo, but this kind of alternate version of it.
Okay. That's good. How far are you into it?
I've gotten to 57% now.
Oh, you're knee deep in that. Okay. Okay.
Because it's only a 10-hour audiobook. I read like a third of it 2 days ago, or maybe 3 days, and then just because of life, I didn't have time to listen to an audio. I don't go places. So a lot of stuff that I do for work and stuff, I have to concentrate, so I can't listen to an audio while working. And then other stuff like exercise, I want to like focus on my body and being present. So yeah, it was just a day where like I didn't really do any cleaning or anything that I could listen to the audiobooks. I was reading physical something else at that point. But yesterday I listened to I think another 2 hours, and then I'm probably gonna listen and finish this today because going down to Port Authority is about an hour, and then the bus ride to Bloomingdale from there is about another hour and a half. Maybe I won't finish it. So like 2.5 hours at 1.5 times speed. I might finish it today. I might not. If not, I'll finish it on the ride back tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Got some time to take and listen to it because sometimes it's hard to get the time to concentrate on stuff. So,
Yes.
um,
What was your book?
yeah. Oh, it's fun. I'm early into it. I'm still getting like a backstory. Gilda just found somebody. So I don't know anything more than that. I took my dog out, and so I was just kind of standing up reading it for a while she was trying to. I thought she would. I tried to take. We stayed like on a corner, so I was trying to take her like down to the corner and then up a little bit, but not go past the house to just give her a chance to pee and stuff. And she's just walking around, and then I'm sitting there engrossed reading a page, and I look up, and she's just laying on the sidewalk, basking in the sun. I'm like, I'm not out here in the front just for you to lay on the sidewalk. Like, that's not why we're here. Like, get out of here.
Like
These neighbors are constantly like, these people are yelling at this dog all the time because if it's not me, it's my husband. So I was like, get in here. What are you doing? Get in this house.
Like, I'll wait. I'll just lay here and wait till you're done.
Yeah, she's just chilling. I tried to take her for a walk yesterday, and she refused to walk until I put the leash on her. I'm like, really? She's a small dog. She don't really run away. She has a little ADD, so you can redirect her every now and then. But she pretty much stays near you, and if you call her, she'll come. But she like we're on the sidewalk, and I'm slowly walking, and I'm just giving her the opportunity, and she's just lollygagging until I put the leash on her. Then she decides she wants to walk. She wanted to walk, not me. And then she woke me up at 2 a.m. because she had to poo. I was like, really? Like, I'm sitting there, and she's like doing this. And then I'll be like, oh, leave me alone because I have the cover over my head. And then she'll walk like, a step or two and then do this again to me. And she did it like 5 times, like pressure me, and I'm like, okay, you want to get up and go. It's like, if you would have pooed early in the day, I'm not a fan of getting up at 2 a.m. to go in the middle of the night for you to go outside. And then she was trying to take a walk at that. She was walking down the street. I'm like, oh no, we are not doing that at 2 a.m. I don't know. She's just bad at it.
Wasn't it still snowing at 2 a.m.?
Oh no, I'm not in New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I moved to Florida. So
Florida.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was. My husband's out there now, but yeah, no, we moved. We were glutton for punishment. So it's definitely nice. I don't even need this jacket. Probably a little bit too hot today, but that's all right.
You moved at the right time because they were having 19-degree days not too long ago.
Not looking forward to that. No, we moved like right before that first snowstorm hit. What was like middle of last month or end of last month or whatever. So we moved right before that. And then, but my husband went back to go visit his family for Dad's birthday and Super Bowl. And he's been having to shovel snow. And then they're now, and he's like, oh, I'm going to have to shovel the snow for them again. I didn't move so I can shovel snow. Like, oh, well.
It's your lot in life as a child.
I was like, it's short-lived. He was out there in tennis shoes and shorts.
Oh boy, doing chores for your family, especially your parents, doesn't go away just because you get older.
That is true. And it really shouldn't though. They took care of you. You're supposed to take care of them. So I'm okay with that. Short-lived though, because it gets old after a while. But I'm like, you're only in town for a little bit. So they bought him all this stuff though for Super Bowl because they're having a big thing. His brother came and stayed over too. And so parents are loving it. They got both the sons in the house, treating them like kids. My husband's like, ooh, my mama's been treating me good. I woke up, she had coffee ready, like all this stuff. Anytime he asked for something, she's like, I got it. I was like, well, don't come back here expecting all that mess because it's not happening. They riding him around town. He in the back seat. They're riding around town, all these different places. Some country mart where they picked up all this specialty food. I'm just like, y'all, this is crazy.
This is what I call the vacation.
Exactly. So shoveling a little snow is a small feat. All right, let's see what's in this comment so we can get out of here. Okay, so Kiana was talking about how she went somewhere and met Sierra Simone, and that's awesome. So she said that Sean, she was in love with Sean. I mean, I like a good older gentleman. Let's see. Jen says, great book. Watched half the movie. I think we're talking about the Home for Peculiar Children. And Kiana says that I really want her to write about the dad. The dad.
Sierra Simone?
Did they say something about the dad? We're talking about Tyler and Sean's and stuff, dad, or something else. I'm trying to remember any. I guess just give him a story. Maybe how he taught his sons to be these alpha guys. I'm not sure. I don't remember much about the dad. Jen says, lucky Kiana. Dee Dee says, yes, plus a book about the younger brother and the other priest. Yes, I would love a Father Jordan. Yes. Yes.
She would be. So I am ready for Father Jordan. I'm ready for Saint. So let's go.
I hope it would be juicy. I mean, it's her. He seems like pretty devout and all, but it's Sierra Simone, so it should be pretty juicy because, you know, he was a standout character from book one for me, and I was expecting him to get a book, and I was like, oh no, where did it go? Yeah. Kiana, 459 or 465 is a piece of cake. Okay. Keep at
it. So to interrupt real quick, I've got to go.
Okay.
I might be still watching, but I need to finish packing my bag and get my lunch together so I can walk out the door at 1:30.
Oh, no problem. You enjoy your day. Be safe out there and be warm, okay? We're going to be getting out of here shortly anyway.
I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Miss Lady. Thank you for coming today. Much appreciated. Bye-bye. Oh, Jen wrote 595 words. Good job on that one. Awesome. What books are you? Click. Oh my gosh. Mouse. Yeah, I'm having mouse issues. What books are you both reading? I missed when you mentioned them. Oh, I forgot her book. I forgot her book already, but I'm reading the Gilda stories. I forgot what she said she was reading there, but it's a magical realism book. Hey, Adrian, how are you doing, Miss Lady? I moved to Florida in December. Yep. Love story with the mom. Oh, I get you. Ooh, I don't know if I would want to read that one. I don't know. I'm trying to think because we got all the sons doing and dabbling and all that stuff, and now we're gonna hear about the mom doing and dabbling. I don't know about that one. But didn't the mom also have cancer too? So she's not around anymore. So I guess you have a backstory, but I don't know. I guess it'd be interesting. I'm not as crazed about hearing or motivated about hearing Dad's story, but Father Jordan, I definitely want to know. Gotta know. If y'all hear about this Father Jordan book out and I haven't heard about it, definitely mention it to me, okay? Okay, y'all, we are going to get out of here. I thank y'all for coming. It's been a good time. Got some reading, got some really good chat in for sure, and we learned a lot about K-pop. That's the takeaway from here. So I'm going to look that up, okay? Thank you. Just needed a change of pace. You know, it's a lot going on. So needed a change of pace. And thus far, it seems like a good move. So we shall see what happens. Husband's back out shoveling snow towards y'all neck of the country. So I'm tired, y'all. All right, let me get out of here, y'all. I got my cup of tea here. I might need to get another one. Y'all have an extremely blessed day. It's been a good time. Like I said earlier, if y'all are around 6, myself and Jaleesa with Reading Beyond the Book Cover. We are going to be reading the Gilda stories just on screen. You know, if y'all are welcome to participate, maybe we can talk about it. No spoilers, or keep them to a minimum. But we'll both just be kind of starting it. So it'll be a good time. But that'll be 6 p.m. EST today and also next Sunday. Okay. So if y'all are around, stop in and say hi, or chit chat or whatnot. Okay. I know there's a lot of people that are sprinting on Sunday evening. So if you just pass by and say hi, we'd appreciate it. So y'all have a lovely day, and I shall see y'all around. Okay.